Well, good evening, everyone. I could have an agenda. So I'm gonna call the city council study session. No, I'm using my computer, thank you. Monday, June 13th, I call that to order. First up, and the only thing that we have on our agenda tonight is the fiscal year 2022-23 budget. I'm gonna assume that Ms. Pam is gonna be the person that's gonna start that discussion.
I really don't want to, but I've made a lot of cuts to the budget and I've brought it down to, or I've cut it by 326,000, but we still need to do some major cuts. So I do have a couple of things that I talked to the DPS. So if we go to capital improvements, which is page 15. I talked to the DPS about the backhoe, and if they go through my deals, they probably can get one for about 80,000 brand new. They said they would even look at maybe a used one, but how long will that last? So that was just something. So I brought that down. I just actually crossed that out.
Actually, you want to go through everything first?
No, you can ask questions because I was just gonna, these were a couple of things I was just doing. The police department, they have, and Scott's not here to explain it, but we need to add 4,500 to their capital improvements or Power DMS, and that is a program that they use, which is a program that they're using every year. They have to pay for a subscription fee for it, and I don't remember what the actual thing was on that. But as soon as Scott gets back, I'll find out what that was for him.
So my question on the backhoe,
Mhm.
what are they doing now?
They have one, but it's not, they got to keep repairing it. So what they would probably do is we probably get a new backhoe and then that one would go to auction.
Right, because this seems like an obvious place of something where we could put something off and make a major dent into the budget. But I realize it's a trade-off,
Yeah.
but
Well, it's your council's call, so. And maybe even, I don't know if is that something we can do with ARPA funds next year? If, I don't think it is.
We have to look into whether or not we can use ARPA funds for that.
I mean, most of our ARPA funds have been spoke for, so.
Yeah, I mean, there's provisions for using it for like water
Water and sewer,
infrastructure. That might be that might be a stretch, but you know, they seem to be pretty forgiving, right? So we can certainly look and see if that can be.
So that would be something that we might be able to hold off and maybe look into ARPA on that or something. The other one that I made adjustments to was the community room rental upgrade. We get still page 15. We got the cost to paint the community room, take down the curtains, and that was about $4,900. So from 10, I took it down to 49. So.
can I comment on that one too?
Yeah,
I think we should just wipe that out.
And that's what
I
I was
mean-
kind of wondering, and just take the curtains completely off the windows and just leave the curtains off and just get rid of the curtains and then just leave it for right
I mean,
now.
the
I don't know.
room pre-COVID, the room was hard to get because it was booked so often, and it's coming back. And again, you know, we have a lot of money we gotta cut out, and that seems like an obvious place. as
Okay,
well.
so you want that one cut?
Well, not
And-
necessarily.
One voice.
No, I think that's one way to,
Well,
yeah,
just, you
yes,
guys got to talk about it.
yes.
And what about the backhoe?
Did we go through this in more depth?
We are going to.
Okay.
These are a couple of items I had noted. And then we'll go through item by item, line item by line item.
Okay, well,
So if you
Have
guys
the-
have question, what comes out of the line items, then I can tell you.
well, just have the discussion line item about what this right here. We can talk about we're at community rooms right now, so let's just talk about the community room. And then we can go back to the backhoe. Instead of jumping around so
Well,
much.
do you want to just start with the revenues on the revenue side and then just go page 4, go from page 4 on?
Just start from the beginning, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the revenues.
Can I ask a question? What process did you use for making the cuts since our last meeting?
By looking at the, well, I upped some of the revenue because I went through what we have already received. So like the community room, we're at 61,000 right now, so I upped the community room revenue.
Okay.
Some of the other expenditures, I went through line item by line item. I talked to Scott and I sat down as has been discussed with the police chief on his items, which ones we could narrow down some, which things we could take. He also, he was one of them that did look into their body cameras. They had them at 25,000 and the capital improvement that came down to 15,000. Their server was at 10,000 something, or 15,000, and that came down to 9,200. So we made some cuts into their, what we could for their capital improvement accounts that they were looking at, for items they were looking at. I just went line item by line item and I looked at what we've taken in, what we've spent out as of May 31st. And I took them as, I went by line item by line item. I could tell where we're at with it. Some of them, like building maintenance, we are over budget right now in that account, but we had a lot of expenditures this year. We had the expenditure of the room downstairs. They had the mold, and we had to have the mold mediation in there. We had to have that room fixed. That was not budgeted for at all. So that was included. We had to have some repairs on our heating and cooling system, which is still not done. I'm holding off because we have to get some condensers on that. So there, I always look at line item by line item by line item.
Well, if we're going through it line item by line item, just
And
as we go through it, just comment and let us know what you've changed since the last time. That'll be helpful as well. I mean, what you
If I
can
can
remember,
remember.
what you can remember.
Okay.
Did you do anything with salaries or benefits?
I
or
have not
anything like
done
that?
anything other than I did with Parks and Rec. I made that a part-time position, took all the benefits away from that position. That is a part-time position for 30,000. I did do that. Beyond that,
Excuse me, are we going line by line?
we
or
will.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
just answering questions.
Oh, okay, so can we just do the line by line, like,
Mhm.
Yeah, but that was a general question
Okay,
about
go ahead.
salaries, not about a line item.
gotcha, but
Thank you.
since we were asking that, so go ahead, we'll start from the beginning. Thank
Okay.
you.
Okay. Miscellaneous revenue, we're looking at about 4,500 coming in right now. I think it's going to be more towards 15,000. I do have a couple of checks sitting on my desk that are going into the miscellaneous account. So I can probably up that a little bit more for next year.
What page are you on?
Yeah, what,
again?
Oh, I'm on page 4 for revenues.
is this on your updated one?
It's on the one for today's,
There's a page number on it?
page 3. You want to start with,
Where's the page number?
Miscellaneous.
Miscellaneous. Oh, yeah, I found that.
well,
but
we
I'm
can
just,
start with page 3. Let's start with page
It's,
3. Because
but
these are,
miscellaneous is on page 2 for us.
oh, page 2.
yeah, I
It's
have it.
on-
on- That's
it's
what
on
I
page
thought.
4 for me, so
It's on page 4 for me.
if you printed it up, then
Yeah,
maybe
you-
it's on something different, but it's just, if you look in the top right corner, is item 2A.
Yep. Well, they're all item 2A.
Okay. Well, then it's the one that doesn't have as
Yeah.
long as
And
lines
we
on it.
start, okay, so you're probably your 2 would be your summary of revenues by fund and source. If you look, the taxes are generated by the tax, the SED, the state, or the taxable value that we use times the millage rates that the city's using, and that gives us our dollar amount for that. There's nothing I can do with that. I'm using the formula for that. So there's nothing I can change on that. There's nothing I can change on the refuse collection because that's the same thing. Administrative fee, we've been putting in about 81,000. We budget this year, we're at about 89,000. So I'm going to up that one to 88,000 just to be on the safe side there. Tax penalties, we've been putting in about 35,000. Sometimes we're around 35. And sometimes we're a little less than that. So I just left it at the 35 for the revenue coming in. State shared revenue, that is a state formula that comes off of a sheet for the state. So that is what the state has given me. on that for this year. Federal, state and grants, we don't even know if we're gonna get any of those. Sometimes we do, sometimes we don't, so I didn't put anything in there for that. And then if you see that on the other revenues, I have $1 million there. That would be your next page of all the revenues, that sources that we get revenue from. Our miscellaneous revenues, that is for garage sale permits. If anybody asks for copies of anything, FOIA requests, anything like that, that's what's miscellaneous. And that's where we get our funds for the miscellaneous. Delinquent personal property revenue, that comes in when the county collects our personal property revenue that we have not received. We get that. That's what that account is for. Investment interest is all of our banking accounts for all the interest in the money we get. That interest, investment interest, is divided amongst the general fund, the major local fund, the DDA gets their own, the water and sewer fund has interest revenue there. Any of the accounts have the interest. So that is just for the general fund interest. Investment.
Why is it so high when the other amounts have been 5711?
Because we had, it depends on what the rates are, the interest rates are, or the interest rates are. The interest rates are going up right now, so I don't know. We have had where we've been in 25,000 in interest before. It's just been really low lately, or with the last couple of years, it's been low, but before that, I think on my year end, when I do that, I think I put in what the interest was that we've collected throughout certain, like 5 or 6 years or 7 years. I put that in there and you'll see the difference of what the rates have been for that. Tax appeals, that's only if there's anything there, which we have not had that at all. Workers' comp dividend, that's money if we get back from workers' comp, any kind of dividend from them. Property and liability dividend revenue, we've been receiving property revenue from them. This year we received 10,000, but that was also the car allowance dividend that we received, that everybody received from the insurance. So that's why we had 10,000 in there, but last year we received 5,300, so I put 6,500 in for this year coming up. Building permits, we were at 81 for revenue last year. We budgeted 95 this year. I just left the 95 in there for next year because we still have some projects that we're still working with, and that we should be having some revenue come in for those. Employee benefit contribution, that is the amount that the employees pay towards their health care, and their we pay 20% of our health care cost, and that is the amount that the employees are paying towards their health care. So that is based on what the employees are paying and what we're paying out. Zoning, site plan, special use permits, those are anything to do with planning that like the DUI or the PUD. The PUD will go in there. Anything like that would go in that account. Anything, if we have any special zonings that people are asking for, any special site plans, that's what that account is used for. Plumbing, heating permits, that's permits that are pulled for anything to do with that. Electrical permits, it's permits that are pulled for electrical. I have brought those down from what they were. It doesn't seem like we've been having a lot of those permits pulled lately. Licenses and registrations are all the business licenses that we have that come in for the businesses for the city and that.
Excuse me, is that a requirement, a business license?
Yes, it is.
So what are we charging for them that we don't have any revenue? Doesn't seem like much.
I don't know.
They get,
Yeah,
it's an initial business license. Your first business license is $55, and it's a $25 annual renewal. The commercial landlord license, I don't have all these stuck in my head yet. We did redo the fee schedule for the commercial landlords, and that is based on the number of tenants, in part, the number of tenants that you have. So it's like, I want to say it's $200, $300 plus 25 for each unit. So,
Yeah, I know when you first came on, we talked about
Yeah.
doubling the business license costs to be more in line with other cities. I think we should probably start considering that again too.
I think that we should probably consider
All for you.
revisiting all of the permit fees that we charge. I know specifically the planning fees are lined up with the rates that are charged by Giffords Webster. Essentially, it's a pass through. Our fees are pass through. There's a marginal increase, but and I believe that Jim did the same thing for building fees a couple of years ago. I think it was like 2020 when we did the planning and zoning fees and then the building fees. But I think that's probably a really good spot to look again.
The dog cat licenses, we're selling dog and cat licenses for some reason, and I do not know why we don't sell cat licenses anymore, from what I've understood. Are we selling cat licenses? Yeah. Oh, okay, because somebody told me we had. Okay, so, but what we're looking at there is, we do not have, and Scott can talk about this, but we do not have animal control. And if we were to sell the county's animal tags here at the city through their PAWS system, then they would pick up our dogs and our cats for us and things like that. So, and there would be no charge to us for that. Am I correct on that?
You are correct, because right now, we have to pick them up, our officers do. Put them in the back of the car, they've got to haul them up to the county. And if that animal is not reunited with its family, and the city pays for all the costs to euthanize that animal. So with having a contract with the county, they would have somebody on duty Monday through Friday from 8:30 to 5. And on the weekends and holidays, they have an officer who's on call. Again, the only thing that we would have to do is sell the county licenses, which are a little bit more expensive than ours, but not
What's the
much.
difference?
So they have different, like they have
Yeah.
1 year, 3 year.
Right, so you're talking a 1 year for a spayed or neutered animal is $15.45.
And ours is $6.
3
Before
year,
February.
Hmm?
Before February.
yeah. So
But we wouldn't keep any of that revenue though, if we.
No,
we would not.
it would all go to the county.
We would not, but they would, they would pick up. They primarily deal with domestic animals. They will respond to bats, raccoons, foxes, skunks that are living in, people's residences. Or if someone was bitten by one of those animals, they would respond. They also would respond for animal cruelty and neglect calls as well.
That's a double-edged sword.
Will we be able to, will we be able to still charge our cat license? Or
No. we
No,
would not.
just before.
It would.
But the fact of all the calls that you get, you would not, one, you're taking the officer off the street to go up to Oakland County.
That's correct.
The officers do not deal with raccoons and skunks and things like that.
We try to assist as much as we can, but no, I mean, we're really not
That's what
outfitted
for.
with that.
Can
Right.
you-
Where's that
you,
cost reflected in the budget?
The cost under the police department is the expenditure for, that's the expenditure when we do have animals that we have to euthanize, and that there is a line item for them
Do you have any way of quantifying
under animal
the
control.
dollar amount that you think we're spending currently dealing with animal control? Because that would be real helpful to figure out whether or not it financially.
Yeah, I
makes
mean,
sense to
we
do
could,
that.
we could try to put something together,
Yeah.
what an officer's average time is and
Says
salary.
$200.
That's just what we paid to the county. That doesn't include the officer's time or anything like that.
Yeah, that'd be great, Scott, if we could get something like that.
But that was something we were looking at. I did put the same amount that we've been putting in there in case.
But if we do decide to go the route of Oakland County, then this is gonna be we're taking this line item out.
It would come up.
Okay. Would they go to Oakland County to get these? or
You
would
can
they
get,
still-
Do it online.
you can do it online.
Oh,
And then
online.
we can also sell it here from our counter. They would install and train our personnel on their PAWS system. So,
We want to make it convenient for residents, so.
Can you give
okay.
us an estimate of when you can give us that information?
I can get it to you tomorrow.
Okay. Okay.
I'm basically, what I'm doing is just pull the last couple of runs
Okay.
for these type of, calls and look at the time. So if it was an hour, half hour there, half hour back, and I look at what the officers' wages are. I can
Okay.
Give you that.
Just out of curiosity, do you get a lot of calls for dogs or
Yeah.
all
Yes,
of
we
them?
do.
Hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes we're successful with just posting it on Facebook and somebody responds and then we can reunite them. But again, we're still spending time,
Mhm.
Bring them back here and
Oh, you bring the animals back here?
I have, some of the dogs have come back here in the office.
I've had dogs hanging out in my office.
Oh,
I mean, I'm down for,
I
some
mean, we
extra
would
cuddles,
rather try
but-
to reunite them than
course.
again, spend an hour, that a half hour there, half hour back. Where if we could try to discover if it's a Lathrup resident, then we'd rather just reunite them.
Do most of them have tags?
No, some have tags, some are chipped.
Oh.
That's the other thing is we'll run to an animal hospital and have a red if they can find a chip in them. Again,
The county
everything to
would
try
do
to
that.
avoid going out to the county.
No, but the county would, if we,
Say it again?
the county will do that then.
Okay. The cable TV franchise fees, those are the fees that we get from WOW, AT&T, and Comcast for our PEG fees. Michigan Job Training Council Fund, that is federal funds that we get from the state for training classes that the police department take, and we get reimbursed for those. Is there something you're going to do differently with that, or are we not getting that?
So we'll continue to get the money, but we're gonna, basically, it's just gonna be a pass through. We have qualified for a small agency discount through Oakland Police Academy. So we can go to a number of advanced training classes for all of our officers. And in most of those classes will be free because we'll turn over our 302 funds. Some of the larger classes that are like a week long will pay a nominal fee to go to those classes, but most of the general advanced classes will be free. So we sent an officer to a firearms instructor class. It was a week long. We actually sent 3. It was about $700 per officer. And if we would have been in that program prior to sending them, they would all went for free. So it's far exceeds what we get from the state. If we turn that over to Oakland Police Academy, we get a lot more training for the cost.
So this doesn't help because we're talking about doing away with some revenues. So
Sure.
this has
Right,
been
this is
helping.
revenue.
Yeah, this hasn't been helping, but it's things that we're looking at. The smart municipal credits. Back in 2021, we received 25,000. That was to help buy the van that we have. This year we budgeted for 87,000. We have not brought anything in on that, but I know Susie.
8,700.
Huh? 8,700, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But Susie wanted to talk about the smart municipal credits, so.
Yeah, so, and I had a conversation with our OMSBud person from Smart today. And I had sent an email to you all about a month ago, or a little over a month ago, about the possibility of transferring both our smart municipal credits as well as our smart community credits to the city of Southfield for the purpose of participating in their transportation options for Southfield seniors. It is a service that they use their credits for to transport their residents, senior residents to doctor's appointments, grocery store, wherever they need to go. Right now, we haven't done anything with our credits since we purchased the van. Right now, we have a combined total of $35,127. That's municipal credits and the community credits. Basically, we're at a point of use it or lose it, and they can only be used for providing transportation services. The municipal credits are a little bit more strict than the community credits. There's, the community credits could be used for things like improved bus stops. And I talked to our SLED person about that today too. And just typically that process takes at least, 1 to 2 years before, with the siting and design and making sure the ridership numbers are there and whatnot. So right now, the city of Southfield informally transports some of our residents that have just called and said, hey, I really just need this. And so Southfield has made it work. Right now, it is kind of like on deck to be on their agenda for the 27th to expand their program for Lathrup Village residents. I'd kind of like to get a feeling, like a straw poll, if you will, on what you think about this. It would have to be an annual transfer. So this would be a one-time transfer of the 35,000. And then our, and I guess we could add this into the revenue, the estimated municipal credits for this upcoming fiscal year would be $9,685. So altogether, these funds would be used to help Southfield hire another couple of drivers to do our services. And then SMART has said that they will assist us in any marketing that we may do. So I know this is not an actionable thing tonight, but I did want to bring this up since we're talking about budget.
Have you done a study on what the usage might be? I'm kind of concerned
No.
about transferring all that money. If there was a way to transfer a portion and do a temporary trial period, because I can't imagine we have that kind of use.
No, I haven't done a study. I have also share those concerns of like how much would our seniors use it? And I think that really, since we would have to do this as an annual transfer, if we say on the, for just the sake of discussion, we say, yes, carry on, and we're going to transfer the 35,000 plus this 9,600 for this year. We will have to, next year, we would also have to do another transfer of that 96, whatever. So it's not an automatic reoccurring thing. So this year could be that,
Right, but
Right.
35,
that try.
when
that
we're
trial.
looking at a budget like this, $35,000 is a lot of money.
And that,
to come
but that's
out.
gone.
Yeah.
Like if
Yeah,
we
that
don't
was-
use it by the end of, if we don't use it by the end of this month, it's gone. That's what I'm saying, use it or lose it. And
And why wasn't there any planning to use that? Was it just assumed we were going to go with Southfield or what?
I've been having, Cheryl and I had conversations with SMART and Southfield. We've been trying to find ways where we can partner with the city of Southfield for either transportation, for some parks and rec. The conversations have just faltered due to other things. We've had a relatively, we try to, continue to have these conversations and be consistent about it, but just haven't
Well,
had.
also during COVID though, wasn't it? Where we,
Some of these
some of the
conversations started in COVID, it's just, but yeah, and even Southfield has had some of these same concerns, right? Like, is this really something that our residents would use? Southfield doesn't have a desire to just take our funds, just to take our funds. Obviously it will help them with their programs, but I think ultimately it will, but I do think that this would be a good year to try it.
But that's a lot
Get
of
that
money
data.
to try.
But-
That's a lot
Right,
of
but
money
if we
to
don't,
try.
if we don't do, if we choose not to, and we don't have to, but if we choose not to, then that $35,000 goes away. We don't have access to it. It's done. So the way our liaison explained it to me is that they've been very generous because of COVID in allowing us to build up that fund. But if it's not, if we had a bus stop or something that we were able to use it for right now. And we would use it right now, but, so that 35,000 would go away. And then this 9685, which is what they're estimating we would get in our municipal credits. We would have to find a way to use that. And quite honestly, I don't know how we would, like, trying to find a volunteer to drive our van for we had a lunch for some of our seniors, and thankfully Roger Lynn was able to step up and volunteer, but that was extremely challenging even for other project or other trips that Corey had been trying to plan last year. I mean, we weren't able to have a shop. There was a planned shopping trip for Birch Run that we couldn't do because we had no driver. So that's
Right, but the T thing wasn't really even mostly residents, so like, I'm just concerned that we're not focusing our funds on our residents and using the money wisely. What kind of process is in place for monitoring the grant money and the funding and that kind of stuff, so that we're not, oh, we have to spend this next week and there's not an opportunity to look at other options or to.
Well, I think
Talk
there
about
hadn't
it.
been so much transition over the last little while. I think the ability to have maintained a consistent conversations about this and gotten better feedback and more timely feedback would have, I think that would have happened.
What were the
Um,
changes? What are your lack of consistency?
I'm like the changes of, Cheryl resigning, the three of us taking over, just the staff transitions and trying to take on new roles and make sure that nothing fell through the cracks or very few things fell through the cracks. So
I just remember hearing that about the bike path grant too. So like, I just want to know, what do we have in place so that money is spent thoughtfully, and if it's not a good fit, then we don't accept it because it still costs us.
Well, and
something.
I think that if we have these, if we do this as a trial, we can't, we will have we'll be able to track the ridership. Because right now, like I said, Southfield is picking up some of our Lathrup Village residents. They don't track that because it's not an official offering of theirs, right? They're just really doing it because they want to help. So I will be able to track and identify how many Lathrup Village residents are utilizing this service. Perhaps this will allow Southfield to, perhaps this is a way for us to expand our Parks and Recs offering to Southfield and Lathrup residents. I don't know, but these are conversations that there's still quite a bit that needs to be fleshed out with the city of Southfield. There is no stipulation in either our charter or SMART that says we need to have an interlocal agreement, but the city attorney has recommended that we do have this agreement, that we do enter into an agreement, so we can lay out what is the data that we want to gather, what are our goals, and then what are the things or the triggers that say, you know what, this is not a good fit for us, or it is, and maybe we can expand it. So I would say consider this a pilot program.
But that's a very expensive pilot program. When we're looking at the cuts that we have to make, that's.
I understand, and I would encourage you to think of it only as being $9,600 of a program, because that 35 is just, it's gone if we don't use it by the June 31st.
Okay, but there
Or
should maybe
30th.
be some consequences for that. Why are we just learning this today, that $35,000 is expiring?
Well, you're not. I
at the end
did
of the
send
month?
this out back on May 5th, May 5th, and no, I heard from.
Say no one.
I
Don't
did
say
hear
no
from-
one.
I did hear from.
Oh, I
you,
didn't
but
know we
did not
could-
hear from everyone.
I
so
didn't
how's
know we
that?
could respond to emails. I thought everything had to go through.
Well, you could have had a conversation with me too. That's fine. But I'm just
Oh,
saying,
I
this
didn't know that.
is, it's just an idea, and I wanted to bring it up because we had this as a line item. We don't show any revenue in there. It's not a revenue because we've not we've not actually been acquiring the funds, adding them up, but we're about ready to lose them. So I just thought that this was an appropriate time to
So when does the
Right.
9685 show up?
July 1.
Why don't we find somebody and pay our own in-house, in staff, in residence? Can we pay somebody, not volunteer necessarily, somebody with a chauffeur's license?
I mean, yes, in theory, we could.
So we could
We
use that.
still lose the 35,000.
We'd still lose the 35, but and we could use our funds to do that. The challenge is really, you know, we run into, there's an extreme driver shortage, right? When we were trying to plan the bus trip to Birch Run, we reached out to Smart. We reached out to Southfield to see if they had extra drivers that may be willing to do it. We've reached out to other communities that ran some of their own programs to see if they had drivers that would be interested. And that was a resounding big fat no. So I think it would be based on the limited experience I've had trying to find drivers for just a few trips. I think that's going to be a tall order, unfortunately.
But if it's a paid position and you put it out to people in our community, didn't go out to anyone in our community, right?
We reached out to organizations that we know have individuals working for them that have chauffeur's license and that we could use, you know, like we reached, Smart was our first ask, and they did not have drivers that were able to accommodate that request. So,
Well, maybe we can just put a note out to our community. If anybody's has a chauffeur's license, if we could put you on a list as needed,
And
we'll pay you.
we used to use the smart credits for bus trips that we would take, like if we went to the Tigers baseball game or the
remember
Lions.
that.
We used to use our smart credits for that kind of a transportation. But since we haven't had any programs or anything, we haven't used the funds for that.
That's
But
a
that
good-
was
yeah, we
something that
can
we
pay
used to
them.
do with, because we would have to rent a bus, a big, you know.
Sure,
What is a Greyhound bus or whatever, we'd have to rent those, so.
I was on those trips.
But that's what we used to use the funds for, and then,
I think maybe we revisit that. I think we should start doing some trips and some help the seniors out when we can for visits and stuff. And
I
then-
agree, which was, and that's kind of my thought process in continuing the conversations with Smart is that, that their program, their TOS program, obviously has been established for a while. And so at least for Lathrup Village, we might have a bit of a learning curve, but
Sure.
if there was an opportunity to take advantage of the services that Southfield has to offer for our residents, because I don't think we do enough for our residents, I thought that would be a good use of partnership and funds. So, but if that's not necessarily something that the majority of council wants to move forward with,
I do think we should take a look at it. The funds will be out this month. Like we're just throwing away 30 grand for no reason. And they already take the village residents out for free. So
and the police department does have a list of some of the seniors that they, check in on and things like that, that might need help or might need to go someplace or something too. So that might help,
Yeah, is that fun? Could we use funds for that senior program that you have where they're checking in with people?
well, they wouldn't do the transportation part of it. This
Oh,
is
they don't
transportation.
visit,
Yeah,
they don't visit, they just call.
They can take
No,
the
we-
bus over to their place.
No, we stop in on them and visit them sometimes, help them take out their garbage.
Maybe there's some way to avert some of that money towards those
Well,
kinds of things.
the smart money
Divert,
has
sorry.
to be used specifically for transportation, but that might be, we do have some CDBG funds and
I will get
our,
to it.
I don't want to get
No,
I
that's
don't
fine.
want to get too far ahead of myself. I know it's a couple lines up, but so that may be a good use for CDBG funds. Since there's more leeway in what we can use CDBG for. The smart just needs to be used for transportation.
And there aren't any other I mean, it's just a lot of money. I hate to see that kind of money just be swept away. If, it's 10 people using it or whatever, like how much does it cost for a run for a person? Is there like a per person breakdown that Southfield has?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
So instead of us losing the 35,000, we can go into this agreement with Southfield for a year just to see whether or not we want to do it next year, right? Okay, so that's something that we just need to debate about, and you were gonna say something, Jalen? Were you?
Well, I think I, pretty much said all I needed to say. I think it's a great program. I don't think we should miss out on the 30 grand. And I think if only 10 residents, I think they're worth $30,000.
And so that's something that
Wow.
we can put on our next, for the next council meeting.
Yes.
Okay,
Yep.
just put it as an action item on the next account.
Can you also get a list of what it can be used for, what the money can be used for, a detailed list of what it can go to?
Yes.
Okay, you can go ahead, ma'am.
Okay, district court fees, that's the police department. And that has come down since recent years, but they've changed a lot of laws and things like that, so. I'm cutting it in half from what we budgeted this year, because that's about what we're bringing in this year. The next item is the community development block grants. That has been used for, the council has to approve that to what it's going to be used for. Mainly, we do use it for the seniors. We have used it for senior luncheons, senior different things with the seniors. And then what we have to do is we have to go and get reimbursed back. So we have to have all the receipts and everything. We have to have everything to send to get the money back for the CDBG. This year, we have not done anything with that yet. There was nothing that we really had other than this 1T for the seniors, but it can be used for any seniors. It does not have to be just Lathrup residents. It can be used for any senior over 65. So that's what that item is. And I just left that amount in there for this year coming up, hoping that we will be using that and we can use that for seniors, especially for the Lathrup seniors. Our sidewalk permit and repairs, that is our sidewalk program.
Why is that so high?
The what?
Why did that go up? so
I
much,
did up
under
that one because
$70,000?
we have year one in there that are, they have up till December to pay for year one of their sidewalks, and then they can do a 2-year payment program. But then we also have the second year going to be billed out here. And hopefully we can get those billed out and we can get that coming in before June 30th of next year. So with the two, I'm hoping that we get the majority because the city is paying out that money and they got 2 years to pay it back. So we're not getting all of our money back right away. So I did up that quite a bit because this year the money was not, the invoices weren't sent out until just January or something like that, early February. So we knew we weren't going to be getting it this year, but hopefully after July 1st and before December, we'll get more money coming in. So that's why I did jump that one up quite a bit.
Sam, I know we talked about it was at length, but
Okay.
just wanted to make sure that the culverts similarly, are they included in this 185,000?
No, the culverts are down at the very bottom when we get to weave in code enforcement revenue. And
Okay.
so the culverts are under code
Got it.
enforcement.
Yep, makes sense. Thank you.
We don't have an Nextel lease anymore, so that one. We have our American Tower Metro PC lease. We get about $45,000 a year. So that stays the same of where we're at. If they have an increase in it, it's a very slight increase. It's a percentage, and then that would go up and we would just show it over of what the 45 is. Water fund lease of DPS. That is money that we take out of the water department and we transfer it to the general fund. So that is revenue coming from water to general fund for different things to do with the building, the DPS building and that. And that's just been a kind of a set fee that we've always had. The road fund, that's comes out of the roads for the DPS building also, and that comes to the general fund. We've always done a 1,600 last year. I am not sure why it got up to 4,000, but this year we left it at 4,000. Retiree spouse medical coverage, we don't have any of those anymore. When a couple of the retirees retired, they had to pay part of their, like we did the 20% until they turned 65. Once they were 65, they don't have to pay that anymore. So we don't have anybody with that anymore. And that was because of union contracts that they had to do that. And that was mainly our police officer. I think we only had one police officer and one DPS person for that. Recreation fees, this year, we've only brought in 2,000. We budgeted 15. I left it at 15, hoping that we will be able to do more programming this year. I know we probably will have the Fall Fest coming up. I'm hoping we can work with the DDA on that, and the recreation can get in there and do something with that. And maybe there could be a couple other things. Well, then you've got Santa Claus, where lately they haven't been really charging anything for any of these events, which I think we need to get back. Even if it's a $7 charge or something, we need to get back to charging some of these events because they do cost the city. They're costing all the residents. So we do really need to get back to that.
So question, we only have $14,200 in the budget for events and for Parks and Rec. So how do you see us getting 15,000 in fees?
I have not done any, I had to cut the budget in the expenditures. I'm hoping that we're going to get more revenue. These are just things that we're talking about right now. I mean, I don't know how you can put a big thing on, and hopefully we can get donations from places, you know, for some of these events.
Well, I totally understand about the fee piece. I'm just saying if we only have $14,200 to put on events for the entire year, when a few years ago, almost 19,000 was spent on one event.
Because we used to do 25,000 in expenditures, but we used to bring in 50,000 in revenue.
Right.
This year, since COVID, we haven't been able to do that. And so there's not any way that you can estimate what it's going to be, because a lot of people like trying with food truck Fridays and things like that. We're not getting the residents out here for these events. That they just aren't coming out. I'm sorry, but we've been trying to get the residents out here, and we've tried different things.
What events have we had?
Well, the Fall Fest last year, we asked people to sign up. They don't sign up, and then they just show up. So you guys had more people than they had anticipated to have. You know, when you plan a party, any kind of party, you want to know how many people are going to come, just like with Breakfast with the Bunny or anything. You want to know how many people are going to come because you want to be able to prepare for that amount. When you get all these extra people that you didn't anticipate, it's a little hard to plan a party.
No, I get it. I just don't think there's been enough communication about things. But we'll get to that a little bit later. So, okay, thanks.
Yep. Dog park revenue, that's a new line item. Last year, it was, they had 3,200, but they did have some donations brought in for the dog park revenue in that. This year with just dog park sales, we've gotten about $1,500. So I put about $1,600 in for next year for the dog park. Community room rentals. Right now we're at 62,000. Well, we're at 61,000 something right now. And that doesn't even include the month of June yet. So I budgeted for 65,000 for the community room rentals for next year.
And you said there isn't going to be, you don't see an impact with the church leaving? It uses it every.
They're
week,
up here in the
multiple
meeting
times?
place, and that's the other thing is we need to look at the fees, because when somebody can rent a room, the meeting place for $30 or for an hour, we need to start looking at $50 or
Because you have to
more.
pay Cliff and everything else.
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
So those are things that the council has to look at on, you guys have to start looking at our revenue fee structures here, because they're not, we've heard from people on the community room. we charge $100 an hour for a resident, and it's $125, I think, for a non-resident. People are saying we could get a lot more than that here than what we're charging. And it's very reasonable what we are charging, so.
And when you say community center rental, does it include that room?
That
It's,
would include some of the
everything
fees
is-
coming in, yes.
It's every room.
It's every
Okay.
room. It's there, it's the conference room, and anybody wants to use conference room, I think it's $10 to use conference room for an hour. It's just ridiculous, the fees. So,
Absolutely.
then that's something I think that really needs to be looked at.
And are all
I've
rooms
never
full?
been involved in any of the fee structure schedules around here, so.
No,
And
it
that's
can
been
be revisited.
revised multiple times.
What are you
so-
trying to say, Barb?
Oh, I just wondered if all rooms are rented, or is it mostly the big room?
No, the meeting place is rented quite a bit.
Okay.
The conference room is rented here and there. And then but now we've got the parks. We're renting out the parks.
Oh,
For the shelter out here.
And that's all-
pavilion.
and that all falls under community
That all
center.
all
Okay,
falls under community room. It's one big
okay.
for all the rentals. Donations, we used to get quite a bit of donations, and those the 7,400 from last year was
We
from the,
skipped the police charges for services
oh. Where am I?
under the police forfeiture.
Oh, I'm
Mhm.
sorry. Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
I'm trying to follow my fingers. I should have my
That's okay.
ruler. I'm a ruler person. The police charges for services, that has to do with anything they get from release of the vehicles. They get so much for release of vehicles. They get for gun permits. I think you guys get money.
No, it would really be
yeah.
for our charges for like convicting, not convicting, but taking a drunk driver in, and if they're convicted, then there's fees that are associated with that we can recoup as an agency.
Plus they're, we have a lot of impounds that they have to pay for the impounds and things like that, so. And any miscellaneous police reports is a big one too with you guys, the police reports we get.
Pam, I have a question.
Go
Can we, if I wanted to go back to the community room, so when can we have that discussion? Or is that just for the administrator to decide for upping the fee structure?
That's something that would come to council, so it would come to a council meeting,
Okay,
and it would probably come to a study session first, and then after a study session, it would go to you guys for a action item.
put that in the study session, maybe next month or,
July
yeah.
study session.
That's fine.
Do you want to look, at all fee schedules or just like the community
Oh,
rentals?
I say all of them.
Oh, and like take, okay.
Oh,
Do 'em all.
Building starting with building permits.
Well, okay, I just want to make sure, like, wasn't sure if you want to take them chunk by chunk, but okay.
All right. Our AT&T lease, that is, our lease payments coming in, and I noticed I didn't put an estimate in there, but it should be the 60,000 per day. I will make that change. Oh, now I was on donations, okay. The donations, we used to get donations from the Community Foundation, and those donations were mainly for the concerts in the park. It would cover the fees of the concerts in the park and that. Now, the donations that we're getting, or we're not getting those donations anymore because the foundation has decided to pay for the concerts in the park themselves. So that makes it a lot easier because we're not changing the money or anything. So the foundation is writing the checks directly to the vendors, and so it's for that one. And I just put 1,400 in there in case we get any kind of a donation for anything, just because they like us. Election reimbursement, I didn't put anything in there. I did ask Kelda. In the past, we have gotten reimbursements from some elections, some of the state elections or federal elections. We do get some money back. This year, I don't know. Being the governor's election, I would think we would get something, but I'm not positive on that. So I didn't put anything in there, but that would be a revenue if it came in. It would be a bonus. Public service reimbursement, that is our reimbursement for our utilities that the Lathrup Services uses down at the building or the DPS building. They pay for consumer energy, DTE. They pay for the gas in all the vehicles and that, because they have gas cards. Comcast, the phone, any phones that are down there, that they pay for those, they reimburse us. So we send them a bill quarterly and they are paying us back those fees.
To who?
The city, the
Oh,
Lathrup
so-
Services, the people that are doing our contract for our DPS
Oh, okay.
pay the city
com-
back for
okay,
the use of the building, for the utilities and everything of the building they're using. Metro Authority Act payment, that is a payment. What they do now is like consumer energy can come in, or Comcast or any of the utility companies can come in, and they don't have to come to the city and pull permits. They can come into the city and they get their permits through the state of Michigan now. So the state of Michigan gives the city money for that. Last year we had 17,000. This year I just received the payment, and the payment is which was it? It was 18,000 something this year. So we exceeded what we had last year. And I have a feeling with well, we are getting some stuff from Comcast or from consumers, but I think I saw some utilities out there. One of the cable companies is out there doing some work, because Rami asked me about it today and we didn't know who it was, but they left some stuff around and we were trying to find out who it was. So I think they're paying the state. So we will get more money next year on that one. Fixed assets is only if we sell any of our assets in that, which we did sell a couple of things that haven't shown up in here yet because we just got the checks for them. So those will be going in. Workers' comp reimbursement, that's only if somebody gets hurt and workers' comp is reimbursing us their wages that would go in there. Insurance reimbursement, we do get insurance reimbursements for like vehicles or anything like that. If anything's, and that 101 that's in there, we did have a reimbursement check come to us, but they gave us extra or more than what the cost was. The cost, we just took it out of that account, paid for the cost and everything, and that 101 was what was left over.
Is that for the remediation in the basement or no?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. Insurance recoveries. We've been getting money back from like the Blue Care Net. At the end of the year, we get some money back from them. So that's what the insurance recoveries is. Sale of abandoned property. We don't have anything there. We don't. Unearned revenue is for the, that is the ARPA funds. So that I'm assuming that, I'm hoping, because we did get a notice that we were going to be getting the rest of our ARPA funds in. They said within the next month or so. So I'm assuming those are going to be coming in after July 1st. And then the weed and code enforcement revenue, that's where you were asking, Bruce. I've talked to Susie about that, and right now we were at the 14,788 because that's what's been billed out and everything. I don't know if we're going to get any more than that next year.
We will, but none of that has been
Billed.
billed. So I mean, we can work on the estimates, but even today, I know we're gonna have that number. If I was to give a number today, it still wouldn't be accurate. There's at least another couple that we've had to add in, so.
So I don't know what to do with that one, because it's so hard when you're, even with the sidewalks and things like that, when you're working with different, and you're waiting for money to come back, when the city's paying out the money and you're waiting for the money to come back, you don't know what you're going to get, especially if they have time to pay it over a couple of years or things like that. So those are all.
And that is a 3-year payment plan too.
So one thing that I noticed that was missing off of here was the house in the woods.
I haven't even put that on there because I didn't know if we were going to sell it yet or not. So I mean, it can
we
be
better
put
sell
on
that
there.
for this thing this year.
How long is the contract with the real estate agent? Again,
6 months.
Yeah, I think it's just 6 months review.
is it 6 months yet?
Was anything cleared yet? Over there?
No, DPS has not had the chance to clear. They're trying to keep upgrading roads.
I mean, should we put,
I can put the house in the woods in there.
yeah, I think we should.
Okay.
I
What's the
think in
cost
our
of that? I
last,
can't remember.
the last,
I know
when
we're
we
down there.
spoke to Mr. Rude a couple months ago about it, I
One-
believe he said 170 is what was his recommendation to
Yeah,
reduce the
and
price
I put in
to.
there less than that, just in case.
Maybe
Just
like
I'll put 150 in there.
150.
Okay, I'll put 150 in there.
Can you look and see when the review is as well?
Mhm.
Revisit that.
Is there anything else that revenue wise that anybody has any questions or anything that you can?
Well, the only other thing I would throw out there, and this is, maybe weird considering I suggested putting the marijuana initiative on the ballot, but that's another thing we could consider. I mean, given I've said it many times, I wasn't in favor of marijuana necessarily because of the revenue, but, we're talking probably $200,000 in revenue potentially, if not more, for the next fiscal year. So just throwing it out there as one possible source of revenue, we could always pull back the ballot initiative and just go forward with the, with the application process that we have on hold. Just
Just
throwing
be
throwing
clear,
out
that
there for
would be,
discussion.
that's.
Would be an
that's
absolutely
for-
not.
That's for application fees
Right,
only,
right.
right?
Yeah.
That wouldn't necessarily
that's
include
not the
any
revenue.
revenue sharing
Yeah.
Which was
or.
about 70,000 per facility last year.
That was 50 something. And then you also have to include the corresponding expenses for it. Right?
The court,
Expenditures, we don't just don't get that money. People have to work to go through things and whatever. So there are costs associated. with
well, it'd
that
probably
money.
be building department would have, the building inspector would have to go up if they have any kind of reviews for their buildings. Any kind of planning would have to go up.
Yeah, I mean, and
There would be some things there.
Staff time, staff and consultant time for the initial review of the application and then, going through that process. And then there would also be, and you'd have your site plan review fees, right? So those are minor. Comparison to what you get for, a whole bunch of applications, but you have your site plan review fees and then, the additional building fees that go with it, but yes, there would be the staff time.
Which is
that would go
pretty,
into
pretty
those.
expensive based on the FOIA. So, again, we need to include just not, oh, here, this money is coming in and there's no cost to it. That's,
Well, like I said, the site plan review fees are essentially a pass through too. Right now, same for, essentially all of the building, but building and trades, planning, most of those fees are direct pass throughs with a marginal increase, right? To account for staff time. So at least for those,
But
that particular element of it.
Unless we're hiring other people to process them.
well, we also have paid additional to our city attorney over this period, and I would imagine that would continue looking at applications, contracts, all that kind of stuff. So, again, I want this to be a realistic budget, not, oh, we're going to get $200,000 free and clear. That isn't the case. And then when it actually happens, then there's going to be increased police fees and all of those things. So when we educate the community, I want to make sure that we have the whole picture, that's all. So if you're gonna,
Personally still prefer the voters to decide, but it is, the problem that we have, and just for residents who are watching, maybe for some of the newer council people, is that, our revenue is not going to change. Our revenue is going to stay flat forever.
Mhm.
The problem that we have is, for 15 years, we've done a great job of managing our budget so that, we actually have a fund balance that's somewhere in the neighborhood of 1.1, $1.2 million, something like that. But, through COVID and all the, reductions in revenue, for example, district court fines are down 60,000. We talked about a lot of those earlier. our revenue has been way down, so to provide services over the last couple of years, we dug into that. Basically, we've joined the rest of Michigan, because we hadn't done this in the past, and we dug into our fund balance. But we can't keep doing that because, we have no way of making up that revenue. The only way we can make up additional revenue is through,
A Headley override.
well, I was gonna say, without going to the taxpayers, is to, have some type of major development on Southfield Road, or, some other type of business like marijuana, or to go to the taxpayers and do what we did back in 2008, 2003, something like that. I can't remember the
It's
exact
10.
10, something like that. I can't remember exactly where we did it, a Headley override. Because our millage rate keeps sinking as our property values are going up, so.
And we can increase expenses.
Right,
I mean,
and-
decrease expenses
Right, right.
to offset.
That's my point. I mean,
Yeah, we have to live within our means.
Right, exactly.
and we've got to find a couple $100,000 at least still to come out of this budget. At least for me to support it, but.
Okay. The next chart is just a chart of all the expenditures for the general major local fund. The increases, decreases in that, but the going line item would be the next page. We have, the first one is our unemployment insurance. That is our unemployment, we pay that, and that is based off our wages and things like that. So that's been a very low amount. So we've been covering that with about $50 a year for that one. Our workers' compensation insurance, that I budgeted a 2% increase over last year's on that, because I do not get the amount on that. So I assume it's going to be about 2%. It's been about 2% every year. It could even drop because we have not had workman's comp claims. So when you don't have the claims, then your insurance will drop. Office supplies, that is anything for all of our paper that we have, our pens, our adding machine tapes, our cartridges for the printers, anything like that is in office supplies. The majority of our office supplies, well, any folders, envelopes, letterhead, anything like that comes out of the office supply account. The majority of that is our printing of council packets and things like that, because we do spend a lot of money in paper. We buy reams and reams of paper. And actually right now, we are in the negative in this account right now. And we only have one ream of paper to get us through till the end of the year, till June 30th. So we had to order one box of paper. So just, that's something we might want to look at.
But isn't that the reasons why we did invest in
The computers and that, and we have 3 new computers for the 3 new council members. IT Right is coming in to set those computers up, so they will be up and running, and everybody will get their new computer once they are running. So, but there are 3 new ones sitting down there in the office. I just had to make an appointment with them, and because they have so many things out there in that, but we really have to look at because we spend $1,000 on each computer, and then we're spending how much on paper for the paper print. So
are you saying either or?
yep.
Yeah.
So,
Don't order a computer for me. I think we've talked about that before.
well, you have one somewhere, don't you? Or no,
Nope,
you gave it
I
back.
said from the beginning. I
Okay.
didn't want one.
Okay, so, but that is something that we have to look at.
So that's something that council needs to really talk about, whether or
Mhm,
not we're
yes.
going to do the computers or are we going to do the paper.
Correct.
I don't want a computer either. I like paper.
I don't use it.
I don't use it either.
So
No, Kelly uses her own, that's what she's saying.
So I think that the computers could be used for something else as a backup. Especially if you have the majority of the council that's not using it.
I would use it, but mine
Okay.
doesn't work, so.
Well, we have a new one, and I told you you would get that as soon as I can get IT right in here, and I've set up the appointment. They will be coming in. Then we will take one of those computers that we have and we will put it as a steady computer, so we don't have to use your computer up here for the, we will have it designated to be up here for the Zoom meetings.
Does that change the capital improvement page as well? Or
No, it doesn't, because those computers are already there.
Right. Okay.
So,
As long as we're talking about this, I had
Mhm.
one of the things for council comments, but I'm gonna bring it up now. We need to do something, I guess, a little more drastic to get the computers back from former councilwoman Stallings.
we've already talked about that. We are sending bills.
And is there a way to force her to pay those bills?
Oh, yeah.
Can they be put on tax liens or?
Cannot, from what,
Right.
the attorney said before, they couldn't do that, couldn't,
Okay.
right?
I don't think so. But they were sent out certified, right? Yeah. Yeah, well, I've got a cost of what new computers would be, and I've called her,
Right,
Kelda's
I know
been,
what you're
we've sent the police over there. We've done everything we could possibly do to get the computers back, and they have not come back yet. So the last time I talked to Kelda about it, we said we were going to take drastic measures and we were going to send bills. So,
But back to the supplies, did we solve the issue? Because everyone's asking for paper, and so you're still gonna be out of paper.
Right, but we're not gonna spend $1,000 per person on paper.
Well,
Right, so if we're
I
not getting
mean, if
computers-
we have
I
two
mean,
that are
she's out.
using, if we have two that are not, are gonna use, right now, we print anywhere between 3 and 4 packets. So when your new computer comes in, if you're gonna use your new computer, then we would not print you a packet anymore. Once it's set up and everything. If Council Member Miller is gonna use the computer, we would not print her a packet anymore. She would have the computer. So that's what you guys have to decide and let us know.
Okay. So we did talk. Okay. So kind of, but okay. Let's-
I mean,
Let's keep.
it's
on
just,
moving.
it's gotten, I mean, it's just gotten, things are getting more expensive too. And with the
Absolutely, paper has
paper,
gone up.
and then we have to pay for, when it comes off of our copy machine, we gotta pay per copy when we, to the copy place, we gotta pay per copy for each copy we make on there. And I mean, it's just not this, it's anything. It's, any FOIAs we have, any, tax bills that people are requesting that they get, things like that. So it's just, I
And the
try to
whole
use my
reason-
black and white in my office a lot.
The
for-
whole reason why we went to computers, especially with the zip drive, was so we didn't have to use the paper
So they were paperless.
anymore. And
Mhm.
so it's kind of we've gone backwards.
Yep.
But I think this is also something that, we're really trying to do something with the budget. You have to do, uncomfortable things.
We could do like school, we can all bring our reams of paper to use.
Choice.
Just as long as you're printing double-sided. Early on, I was getting single-sided and that seemed excessive.
All of our computers, I think, are set up for double-sided now. So. Office supplies COVID, we had budgeted last year for that. This year, we haven't really spent anything out of that because most of it's just coming directly out of the budget, the building maintenance account. So I just took that account and cleared it right out now. I think we had to have it so we could get our ARPA funds back and that we had to have it kind of separated, but this year we did not. Everything's been coming out of building maintenance, so we just kind of cleaned out that account then. So we will not be budgeting anything in that. We'll just take it right out of the building maintenance account from now on. Tax tribunal refunds, that is anything that we have to pay back if, like we had this year, a business went to the tax tribunal and we had to pay taxes back for that. That's where that money comes from. Is when we have to repay back because they got their years lowered for the last 2 years or 1 year or anything like that. Memberships and meetings, that is any meetings or memberships that we belong to, as like myself, I belong to the GFOA, MMTA, which is Michigan Municipal Treasurers Association, the Government Finance Officers Association. The manager would probably belong to the Government Officers Finance. They belong to the managers meeting, anything like that. Any meetings that council would go to or anything like that, that would come out of there, things like that. So that's what's in that account. Building inspections, that's our contract for McKenna for any of the building. So anything that comes out of there would be any of your building inspections, your plumbing inspections, your electrical inspections. Any of those kind of inspections comes out of that account.
Question,
Yes.
how come they were so high this year? 124, 328, and it seems everywhere else it's about 70?
The 124 was in 2021.
Oh. we don't
And
have
that's when they were doing code enforcement at that time. Because McKinney
Oh.
used to do our code enforcement until we got a full-time code enforcement officer. So that was decreased because they do not do our code enforcement anymore. So we budgeted 70 this year. We're anticipating that it's gonna be an estimate of, we're gonna spend 70,000 on them for building.
Oh,
and
the
plumbing.
44 doesn't include,
The
The last
44
few
was the actual of 331,
okay, so you have one more quarter?
correct? Okay, code enforcement, that is the account that is used, for, like our, when we have to send out the mower to cut people's lawns because of their weeds, their tall grass, anything like that, that's what that account is for, so the city has to pay for that. We do, when we have to put that on taxes, we do get that money back, but it's a year process sometimes to get that back, so, but that is money that comes out of the pocket first, and then we get it back sometime later. Either the house is sold, we'll get it back, or it goes on taxes. Usually people do not pay it ahead of time, or pay it when it is done. Cable TV production, we have, we budgeted 40,000 this year. We are going to be estimating it at about 70,000. That is one I did back off because I did put it to 70,000, but I did back it off by 15,000 to 55. That is another thing that I think council needs to talk about the programming, which meeting, if we're going to keep doing all of our meetings, or what we're not going to program, what we are going to program, what we're going to, I mean, I know we want to have transparency in things that we do. We always do. But we're going to have to really look at what are we gonna tape? Are we still gonna tape all the council meetings, all the study sessions, all the planning commission meetings? I don't have to worry about those because you guys pay for yours. Any other special meetings that we have, things like that. That's all because, I mean, that's a huge jump from 40 to 70 in a year. So that's something you guys need to talk about, or we should talk about as a group here.
Like
So,
now,
yeah, let's talk about it.
like now.
Yeah, well, I have to have the budget done for the 27th, so any changes I'm making today are the final changes probably that for the budget, because I don't know when. I mean, I can send the budget out again, but they will be the final changes probably.
You cut 15,000 off from the last time. What impact does that have? Was it something specific or?
I cut off 15,000, pretty much taking away all the study sessions that we've been taping. They're about $230 a meeting. From my understanding. And that's,
24.
Usually 24.
yeah,
24,
because you
right,
have
right, right.
two per month.
All right.
So, and 12 is like 2,700, so you times that. So, and then well, we're not gonna, he's not, the foundation is paying for the him to do the live stream videos of the concerts in the park. So the foundation, Jim had a talk with the foundation. The foundation is going to pay for his time for the live, or well, the foundation paid for the camera for the live stream.
Mhm.
So for Facebook Live. the foundation gave the gave the money for the camera. So this year, there's been a work out there that he will be taking those, so. But I don't know what, I don't know where you guys,
Who pays for the DDA? Does the DDA pay?
the
for their own?
DDA pays for their own, yes.
They're going to be, because that wasn't in the budget last time, right?
It is, it's under their technology and expenses. It's in.
This is our opportunity
Yeah,
to
I'm-
discuss
I'm
the.
fine with getting rid of personally getting rid of the study sessions. We gotta cut something. I've been recently looking at other cities. They don't record their council meetings, let alone study sessions. So, we're still above the curve, with the council meetings. First, what, 2 years I was in council, 3 years, we weren't recording them. Gotta cut something.
Should we ask residents what's important to them?
When will we have the
Well, yeah,
opportunity to ask them between now and when the budget has to be final?
Which the public hearing is on June 27th.
So when will we have time to ask for that?
I'm not sure. We have a lack of communication problem, so I'm not sure.
I agree in cutting the study session. Because all residents are welcome to come in the council to the study sessions in person.
And the one thing I can also say is, at least in my observation over pre and post recording, that there seems to be a lot less discussion after we started recording. I think because my guess is because, every good idea takes 10 bad ideas. I think people are inhibited in what they want to say during council meetings because they don't want to say something that's a bad idea, because then it takes on its own life of its own, to get to that good idea. And it just seems like there's a lot less discussion ever since we started recording those observations.
But the discussion has been, we've had way more people participating online than we've had in person, so.
That's
this
not
sounds
true.
like excuse me?
That's not true.
Oh, you were the one who was saying it, Kelly. We asked for.
So
numbers about
during the
it.
council meetings and during COVID, more people were online. But as we're looking now,
Mhm.
it's fallen off significantly. Has anyone else not noticed how much it's fallen off, or how many people have joined?
How many people are on right now that are not Scott Baker
Or the city of
Susie or
Lathrop?
the City of Lathrop.
At 5?
1, 2, 3, 4.
I can't read that far.
There's 5.
It's 5 people. And that's been the average that I've been looking at ever since we went to the hybrid. And it's for the study session. And again, we need to cut costs, and sometimes you have to make some really tough decisions.
Right. I'm not suggesting that I want to cut this, but again, it seems like it's a place where we can save $15,000.
Well, then we probably need to beef up the minute taking for those study sessions for people that aren't able to attend.
Well,
and
the
would
minutes
like
are
to
based
get
off
the-
of how from our code, the meeting we just had. The way that we take the minutes are based off of the parliamentarian.
Yeah, that was
rules.
her opinion. yes.
No, that's also out of, and I encourage you to take
Kelly.
take, I encourage you to take the class,
I'm
because that's
sorry,
not, I'm still talking, please. From the fact that we do use the Roberts Rules of Order, it is in there where it's telling you what the minutes are, not based off of what Coco said, but it's in the rules of Roberts Rules of Order.
I think
so
that was
I
her
think,
interpretation.
Actually, it's not, because it's the Roberts Rules of Orders, and that is what our,
But Robert's
we go.
rules of order are for large groups and large.
but what I'm saying again,
organizations.
Karen, is what we just went through, the meeting we just had about going through, why am I blanking on the meeting that we just had that says in our ethics and what was before that, I'm blanking, but it says it in the code. What is it?
Procedures.
Yes, thank you, the charter. that the city of Lathrop Village uses Robert's Rules of Order. So it's not like we're just arbitrarily using something. That's what the charter is. So
Understand that,
I'm
but
just
that
saying
isn't
that
it.
when it comes to the minutes, we're doing the minutes correctly per Robert's Rules of Order that the city of Lathrop Village follows. Okay.
Again, it's about transparency.
And it's also about following rules.
Uh,
So can you use one of the 3 cameras or Zoom and no cameras, or, I mean, can we, as a compromise, if, could,
So
like,
we're gonna be
so if you just did Facebook and not the
we still
Zoom?
have to have the gentleman that's back there to come in and do it, and then Jim still has to come in to
Oh,
take care of that.
And that is, yeah, that is the Facebook Live camera. I guess the kind of to Barb's question, just if you still want to keep the Zoom feature.
For the actual meeting, I think that we should.
Okay. Okay. And for study sessions too, right? For regular meetings and study sessions, keeps it.
As long as, now I thought Jim has to come in for Zoom also.
Oh, he does. All right. Yep. Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. So regular meetings.
Right,
Got it. Okay.
right. And then encourage people. Scott Baker has a question.
Thank you. I was trying to chime in there earlier. So the recording of the minutes is dictated by the Open Meetings Act. If we wanted to have more detailed minutes, other communities do that, but they typically employ a recording secretary that would then take more robust notes than what we have done. So we are slightly above the bare minimum when it comes to meeting minutes. The minimum required is just listing the item and then the result of the vote. We do a little bit of a narrative that's how council's policy has been as long as I've been with the city. That is something that the council can change if they wish to, but again, if they were to go to any more detailed notes, typically communities employ a separate recording secretary that's not not the city clerk. That's all.
I think Yvette's minutes were much more, were very detailed actually, but
So I guess I'm not
Scott's
sure where we're
hand
at.
back- Scott, is your hand back up or is it, you just never took it down?
Why is he muted?
Your hand. Where are you? Scott Baker, unmute, and then.
I'm not allowed to unmute myself. That's why I have to keep raising my hand.
Okay.
I'm gonna.
I was gonna say, if you want to take a look at a community, Lyon Township employs a recording secretary. You can take a look at their meeting minutes. It's very detailed. There's a lot of information in there. And again, that's, what we currently do and what Ms. Talley did when she was here are fairly similar and comparable. It's the item, a synopsis, and then the outcome of the vote. So if council wants to revisit that would be a policy decision that council could make.
And just to add on to that, I know Clausen also does, they have a recording secretary, or at least they did, so if you wanted another.
But that would be
That
defeating
sounds
the
counterproductive.
point.
Right.
Right, no,
because-
I'm just saying, like, just to, for another community for reference, that's all. And Scott, you should be able to unmute yourself now.
So is it a recommendation? I mean.
It's a
to-
recommendation to just have and I'm assuming,
So I just, Barb, how do you feel about that?
is this an unofficial vote?
I'm just asking, just because I lowered it to the 55, I just want to make sure that's a good number with everybody.
I think that number's fine.
Okay.
That seems to be what it's been all around for a long
Well,
time.
we weren't recording all the study sessions before, and now that we record the study sessions, we're up to 70,000. So I just want to make sure that, I mean,
Yeah, it seems
if
we were,
anybody has any input, I want to.
I guess if weren't we at one meeting where somebody voice recorded us? I guess somebody could do that.
That's what they were doing at study sessions at one point.
when we weren't on.
When you weren't on Zoom?
Yeah, so there was a recorder in the recorder that's sitting right there still. That's,
Oh.
she still transcribes it.
Okay,
And then, if that's if the council agrees to having Kelda doing more notes, taking on more doing more notes, then, why not? But most people, as we've heard, that comes from a recording secretary.
I think we should just possibly look into just using the recorder for the study sessions, and then we can discuss more detailed minutes in the future.
I mean, is there any reason why we can't put Kelda's recording from a study session, post it online like we do the video, and then people can listen to it? Costs us nothing. Yeah, so there's.
If the quality is good enough.
I think that's something that we should try it that way. So then we can keep it the way that you have it in there, and we'll stop doing the study session. That's what I'm hearing.
Okay.
Yeah.
So should I keep it at the 55 or go to the 40?
So it's 55 with the. study
That was
sessions
just the
removed?
amount I put in.
So that'll be, so tell us again, it was 200, how much was it per?
230, Jim? Per meeting?
34 each study session.
And so we would only have, oh, and then
But the special meetings.
I was
things
just
like
about to
that,
ask,
too.
so now what's your thoughts on for special meetings? Also now, in the past, under the old administration, they did not film special meetings.
Well, special meeting, I mean, just thinking out loud here, special meetings are, we're taking action typically on something, so my thought is that should be recorded.
Okay.
Then we'll leave it at the 55.
Well, I mean, is there anyone else's thoughts on that?
I agree with Bruce on that one, just because we're probably taking action, and then that would be more sporadic, so it wouldn't actually kill the budget.
Okay.
And
Everybody
Anyone else?
so you're leaving it at 55.
So that we can tape special meetings. So
Yeah.
we have those recorded. So anything that would consider an action item would be a special meeting, or your regular council meeting that has action items would be taped.
Okay,
Okay, citizens communication PR, that is our newsletter that we send out quarterly. So that's comes out of that account. Sometimes things, if we have to send a mass something out for communication or something, that would come out of there too. But mostly it's our newsletter, because our newsletter does cost us about 12,000 each time.
And why did you cut, you had it originally had it at 20,000, now it's down to 15?
I brought it down to 15 just because I'm trying to make cuts. So
So now
hopefully,
we've cut two things with residents and transparency, and we already have a communication issue, so I would like to go on record as being opposed to both of these items.
well, I can bring it back up to 20,000. That's why we're here talking about line items. That's why I'm going line item by line item. I can bring it back up to the 20. I'm just trying to make, if it's not a drastic cut, next year, it might be 15. It could be 25. We can do budget amendments. This is a budget where you can do budget amendments on it at any time. And we do them twice a year. I will be bringing budget amendments into council on June 27th. So for this fiscal year to do the budget, to get the budget for this year. So
how much, so if you took out the 5,000, how would that be a drastic change in communication?
no, we're still trying to do what, 4 communications a year?
Yeah,
Or three or 4.
I think we'll probably get to 3 this year, since the schedule was a little off for the winter and the spring edition. But so we'll probably get 3.
And then we're doing
Print
the Friday, every Friday newsletter. The
E-news.
e-newsletter, every Friday goes out. So
So
And then-
does anyone want to take it back up to the 20,000? I mean, this is where we really kind of talk things through.
Yes, please.
I wanted to stay at 20.
Okay.
Does anyone else agree with
Does
that?
it include the text messaging that you're doing? And who does that?
And the text messaging is actually,
Not started yet.
it is, well, there's a text
Yeah.
feature on the news, on the website. So when I update items in the news, I can send a notification through the website. So,
So there's no additional fee for that.
no,
Okay.
that's just part of it right now. I know we
Part
have
of our-
talked about doing a more robust text messaging system, which we've not. We've not really started that yet. So,
So this is mostly paper communication and the e-newsletter.
Then you wanted to go back up. What's everyone's thought on taking it back to $20,000?
Well, it looked like it was actual at 13,400
Correct.
this year, but are we?
That
but
was
that's-
last
that was
year.
20,
That was last year.
21.
Oh, that's right. Okay, so
Sounds
yeah,
comparable.
it sounds comparable. I don't know why we jumped to 20. Unless paper goes up.
But none of this
Well,
stuff-
that's
Well,
a,
it's
I know
going
all
through.
in our town.
Yeah, we have Oakland Press do print those for us. Or not.
Oakland
Press,
schools.
Oakland schools, yes, print those for us, so.
Is there anywhere else in the budget that anything's been increased to communicate with residents?
This is where it would be in this part of it.
So on average, I mean, for the last year, we didn't even get to the 20,000. So as like what Barb said, it's comparable at the 15,000.
It's an increase.
So actually you could just say at the, I mean, and I'm not saying just to say, I'm just talking it through, that technically we would still be in a good place with the 15,000.
The auditing services, that
It's
is,
just that you're supposed to work
Okay.
things out. I'm just sorry.
no, I agree. I don't mean.
Okay, no, I'm thinking out loud. I'm thinking out
looking
loud.
at me like I'm-
auditing services, last year, we did have help with auditors come in and I had to help me with a few things. So, and we have asked them to come back in again this year. So I took it up by a 2% is all I took it up by. And I know we have a contract with them for 5 years, so that's just 2% on the overall cost that we had from last year.
So the help that you had for the auditing services because of the lack of staffing, right?
Correct.
So we're gonna be fully staffed by the end of the year. So when it actually go back down to 19,000?
It might. It probably will.
I don't have money to do that.
So that doesn't include our annual audit
Yes, that is our annual.
Oh,
audit
that-
within
okay.
this Account,
plus extra services.
plus extra services.
Gotcha.
Well, I'm just trying to.
But currently you do need the help with
Right,
the
you
auditing
do need help right
services.
now.
Correct.
Okay.
So.
And
it
even when
needs
we
to
do
stay
it
where
at our
it's at.
city manager, I don't know because I'm going from the end of the fiscal year right into audit now.
Right.
Right.
And so the budget will be put into the system, things like that. So there will be
And then we can do amendments if it's.
and we can do amendments.
Okay. Thank you
And
for
we
the
will know the
clarification.
true cost of the audit at probably by October, because they will present the audit to you around October, as long as everything's done.
And the contract was a little bit less than it was the prior year,
Correct.
so. that should
But I
help
think
too.
they did put an increase in every year for a 2%, I think it was. Our telephone billing, we were at 17.5 last year. This includes all the telephones in the city hall. It includes any cell phones that our code enforcement has a cell phone, the city manager has a cell phone, police department, the detective. I don't know how many you guys you have, but you guys, yours come out of your telephone account, so. But these are all the city hall phones and everything is out of this account. Vehicle expense. That's any gas that goes into the code enforcement's vehicle, any gas that goes into any other vehicle, like if somebody is traveling somewhere and they are not taking mileage, they're just putting the gas in their car. That's where that would come from. That also was the city manager's car allowance account. So, and I do not know what your plans are for the new city administrator, what the negotiations will be on that. So I left it at the 65. Well, I lowered it actually by 1,000. So, because I didn't know what that was going to be. Training, we're at 20, we budgeted this year 2,500. I took that back up to 5,000. The reason this year we're approximately at 4,000. The 2,500 was due to COVID. A lot of our trainings were done online through Zooms and things like that, where they have opened up our trainings to be in person now.
What trainings are these?
Oh, any trainings that the staff goes to, like I go to my Michigan Municipal Treasurers Association. I do have a Zoom training coming up for the GFOA, any kind of trainings like that. If council wanted to go to trainings, those would come out of the government operations account. So that's where we would take those. So like if you guys, because in the past you have gone to the
MML.
MML,
ZBA.
yeah, MML or anything like that, that would come out of the governmental operations for council.
Okay.
City planning and consultant fees. That was at 2,000. That has been up to 15,300. The DDA has been picking up a lot of those costs and things like that, which because they have a cost share agreement with the city, it has to be more reflected too. So we had to put more money into our planning account because of the cost share.
And just to add, the last couple of years, it has been a lot higher because of the comprehensive master plan, right? We did get some funds from the state as part from technical assistance from redevelopment ready communities. I think that was back in 2019. So, but that's what that's why the planning consultant fees have been so high for the last couple of years. So taking on those, and they also have spent significant work on ordinance updates. So that's where those are. I do anticipate between this 15.3 and the 15.3 this DDA has budgeted. I think that should be sufficient.
City beautification projects, we've always budgeted $500. Last year we did spend 500. I wasn't sure because a lot of the city beautification we used to do for Christmas lights, things like that, where the DDA has picked that stuff up. So I did take that money out. I don't know if there's something that the council would like for beautification and that money to be put back in there. It just, but the DDA has been doing the lights around the city hall and that, so.
So it only includes exterior beautifications, not interior?
Well, this was not, yeah, this city beautification was more for the city for out where people could see. So it wasn't within the city hall.
So are you talking, because I'm looking at old budgets, it seemed like we were always between 2,000 and 4,000.
That's because the general government budget would do some flowers outside, things like that, where the DDA wasn't doing that at that time. But the DDA has picked up, since Susie has come aboard, they have been doing more of what the DDA should be doing in the DDA district, where the city was paying for some of that stuff.
That was something that we discussed as part of the cost share agreement that the DDA take on the expenditure of predominantly the flowers. We do the holiday decorations and those sort of general.
Is the DDA budget in here?
No. The DDA budget was adopted by the DDA board.
I'm just wondering if we could do a comparison to see what we're what we did
Are you
spend
looking
money.
at past budgets?
Yes,
It was in there. It's in the very back of the budget.
Right, but not in this one.
but
Not in this one.
It will not be in this one until the 27th.
oh, all
when the whole
right, so
budget
you,
is put
it will
together.
be in there.
It will be
Oh,
in there
okay.
so that it will be approved, or it will be, the city budget will be approved on June 27th, with the DDA more or less being received and filed.
Will it be presented at that time?
No, not formally. It was presented to the DDA board.
Okay, but not to the city council or residents?
Not to council. I mean,
Will be in-
Typically
I mean,
received
the-
and filed.
yeah, it's received and filed. I mean, that's the action that council takes. You know, businesses and residents are always here. They're always welcome and encouraged at the DDA board meeting. So
And they're also Zoom, so they can,
no,
No.
we do not. do
oh
Zoom
yeah,
for
no, but don't you do the
Facebook. Live.
Facebook Live?
Facebook Live? So,
And then just, YouTube as well.
YouTube, yes. CDBG funds. That is where we have spent money to receive money back. I didn't put in the whole 8,000 that we put in for the receivable part of it because I don't know if we're gonna even spend that. I don't even know if I put. Where is that? Yeah, I don't even know if we're, that's something that is because we can take money out of the senior account in Parks and Rec too and get money back for CDBG. So there is the revenue side of it that I have 8,000 in there, but you can take money from the CDBG or from the Parks and Rec senior program. And you can get money back for that. So that's why the revenue side is higher than just the CDBG money here for the expenditure on the side.
And what funds were used to buy the van?
There were 3 used. There was the credits from the
Word, CDB.
CDBG. There was credits from CDBG. There was the smart credits, and then the city was the other. And that was through the Parks and Rec.
Have we used the van recently?
We used it for the luncheon that was, oh my gosh, was that April? I think that was April.
April?
That might have
Yeah,
been March.
that
My
was-
time is kind of
I think it was
jumbled up in
April.
my head, but I
think
think
it
it
was
was April.
So it's running.
Hmm?
It's running.
Oh, yes, it's running. It's running.
Might not be able to put gas in it, but it's running. Okay, printing and publication costs, those are for any printing publications that we have to do. Printing of anything in the newspaper, such as the council, the notices for council, anything like that comes out of that account. The postage meter is our postage meter for mailing our accounts payables, any letters we have to mail, any code enforcements, anything we mail comes out of that account.
I have a question about the printing and publishing costs.
Okay.
A resident asked about the water report that went out. I know that was required by the state, I think, and through software, whatever. Is it required to be printed like that? Do you know?
No, it's not necessarily required to be printed. And it's not, it is required to get to all of the paying water customers. It can be done in a combination of ways, either with a direct mailing, such as what we did. It could be a mailing that provides them with an additional link to access the document with print, they could be printed copies here.
In the past, we have put it in with the newsletter, but the timing of the newsletter this year just didn't work on that.
How
But
much
it
does
has to be out at a certain time.
how much does it cost to mail that out? I feel like when we just mailed it out roughly.
And that would come out of the water account anyways. That will come out of water.
I don't recall off the top of my head, what that amount was.
Because I'm just thinking out loud here again, couldn't we just put it, I mean, if the requirement is to provide them a direct mailing with the information, access to the information, couldn't we just put the link on the water bill?
Thought about doing it to the water bill,
Water bills go to resident.
It goes to every paying customer.
goes to every paying customer, but not all of our, honestly, while we have a very high rate of internet access and usership in our community, I didn't think, based on some of the feedback I've gotten for other communications, that this was something that we just wanted to provide a link to, especially for some of our older residents that may not be using.
Can we set a plan so that that is included in the newsletter so that things are timed for next year?
It's always the thing.
Sorry, what?
Yes.
The money still comes out of the water account, even if it is, we still put or take part of the postage out and we put the part of the newsletter comes out of the water account when we do that.
When you put that in.
Yep, we have done that in the past and that's how we've always done it. Liability insurance, that's the insurance for the city, our liabilities. Miscellaneous, there hasn't been any money in there. I'm not budgeting again for that one. Let's see, government operations, that is, okay. Bank fees come out of there, ADP fees come out of there for payroll. Let's see what else comes out of there. Council dinners come out of that account. Let's see what else comes out of government operations. Any training for council would come out of that account.
That they go to. That the training that we go to,
The
right?
training you go to.
So I'm thinking that we can cut this budget because one, we don't need to have any food anymore because no one's coming to it. And we end up giving it away, so that can be cut.
Okay.
And then the trainings. We're not doing training, so we can cut that also. At least taking it down to 30,000.
I was gonna say 25 maybe.
That's what I was thinking, but I was being,
Okay.
Food's way more than 5,000, isn't it?
Huh?
Food is way more than 5,000.
well, that's why she
isn't
said
it?
25.
No.
No?
Well, it just depends on how many meetings you have in that, but we try to keep it under $100 per meeting. So, but we still have the bank charges and things like that that are in that account, so, but we can take that down to about 25. Library contract, or no, I'm sorry, technology. Technology is the account that is our subscription for C-Click Fix, our subscription for Municode, our subscription for Unix, Unitrix, yeah, Unitrix.
IT, right? Or no?
RT right, BSNA is out of there. Any of those costs are out of that account. Any technology costs come out of that account. So any contracts we have, like we have a contract with IT right, we have contracts with BSNA for all of our software programs. Any of that comes out of there, out of that account, so.
So us not using the computers anymore, can that be lowered?
Not really, because we still
That's
have,
this contract is in here. Okay.
it's just the contracts and it's an overall contract, so.
Okay.
For the city. Library. We've been about 119. That's just the number made up from the taxes. It kind of carries over. They get 1% of our taxes.
So
for
how
that.
how
How'd
did
you
this come
jump?
down from the last budget? Is it-
30,000.
Because-
Did you lower the taxable value?
No, I'm not sure what Southfield is doing, but they just keep paying us the same amount every year. They have not increased their amount from what they're paying, to what our taxable value is. So
So why
So
did it jump
they-
to 119 to 132?
Because it's
162.
based on 1 mil of our taxable.
It's
value,
based
and
on 1 mil of
value
our
goes
taxable
up.
value.
Is that
And-
negotiable?
No.
No, they want the city of Lathrop Village, Southfield wants the residents here to pay what their residents are paying, 2 point some mils
Right, and
for
we're
their
un-
for use of our library.
And we're under contract.
And we're
for
under, we have
another-
had this contract forever that we're only 1 mil.
For how long? How
it's
much
like
longer?
Another 10 years or something,
Yeah.
20 years. So,
Yep.
so we're
And they want the residents here to pay what their residents, I've had the talk with the treasurer over there, I've had the talk with the finance person over there. And I am going under what the contracts, what our agreements. is with them
Okay,
right
10,
now, that
1
it's
mil
1
for 10 years.
Yep,
we're
they
1 mil
send
every
me a
year,
bill,
but
I
still
pay. the
For
bill
10 more
what they're
years,
sending
right.
me. So,
Yeah, we've been kind of taking the attitude the last 5 years, thanks, but no thanks.
Yeah.
Because you're under.
because we've
contract, so
asked for how many of our residents actually go to the library, they haven't given us that information. We've asked for, different statistics, because we really like to know how many of our residents do use the library over there, how many, just because we want to know what your tax dollars are going to and how many people are actually using that benefit. More people I've heard from, when I tell them that 1% or 1 mil is going towards the library, they'd rather see that 1 mil go so they can use the pool over there or to use something else in the Parks and Rec than to use the library. So it's
So they haven't answered your questions then
No.
about who's, oh,
But
wonder
we're
why.
but we're going to depend on them to give us the smart information for that $35,000.
yes, something different.
We are.
That's
Where
whole different.
it's a different program, and since this is a pilot program, I think that we have, this is the opportunity to make sure that we have a good working relationship with
And
their
we
Parks and
count
Rec
on-
department
And
to
our-
get this information.
count a number for fire, we count on them for dispatch. I mean, it's just a different group.
Right, and the person that was at the library is no longer there. The library director I used to deal with is no longer there. So, and they had, transitioning period there too. So,
It's still the city.
the community center payments, that's what, those are, anything we take out of there is anything we need for the community room. That also includes Cliff's fees for cleaning the community room, setting up for parties, things like that come out of that account. Anytime we need new tables that come out of that account, anything that we have to take care of in the community room, kitchen, anything like that would come out of that account.
What happened with the kitchen being a incubator?
It was closed down because of COVID, and I knew the one that used to make the bee bites or the, she was gonna come back, but I haven't heard from her. She's not coming back. She decided not to.
Yeah, what was that? I saw that when I was looking up something with the address and this bee bites came up. What was that?
She used to be here for our, when
It
we
means the
had
same
our farmer's market. She used to sell them at
Sorry.
the farmer's market.
Uh-huh.
And then they're a kind of nutritious,
Yeah,
kind
little
of,
protein.
yeah, protein, nutritious
mhm.
bar. And so when she was, so then she asked if she could use the kitchen. So we, for a fee, she would come in on Wednesdays. She'd use it for 2 hours or whatever, and she'd make her things because she had her license where she could come into the kitchen and and it was clean. It was an industrial kitchen that she had to use it in and that. So she'd come in and pay us for it to use it. And we would we'd get some kind of a revenue from that. So she was gonna come back and she did call in and ask about it, but I guess she's not coming in now.
So is there a way to kind of market that again to increase for revenue?
Try. It's just a lot of times when people want to use it is when our parties are going on and things like that. So
If I remember correctly, I thought that was during the day that previous, because it seemed like it was used a
She
lot
was-
for a while.
she was
For a
during
while,
the
yeah.
day, but we didn't really have that many people
I
use
thought
it.
you did a lot. And I'm saying a while back.
Long time ago when Jim was here. Is that the one you're talking about?
Might have been.
Yeah, I don't know. Well,
Anyway, I won't.
that one back used to cater the parties too, that were here. We don't, we don't allow them to cook in the kitchen. We,
Right.
you know,
It's just an
it's an
idea
idea,
of
yes.
not only bringing businesses to Lathrup, but just also helping them with their costs too.
Yeah, we could say about doing something like that. Be a good thing for Parks and Rec. And then the other one was the ARPA expenditures. So that will be the generator coming out of there, the elevator coming out of there, things like that, that will be coming out into the next fiscal year.
Where's the air conditioning coming out of?
That is not.
Budget
Feeling a little toasty?
That is.
No, I heard it
not-
outside the last time too, and it sounded
Yeah.
like it was gonna blow, so I know that that's
We
coming up.
need condensers.
Yeah,
And we just had to put $1,700 into the machine. So I'm trying to hold off on those condensers until
Okay.
July 1st. And then I will see how much they're gonna cost us and they will come out of building maintenance at that time.
yeah, MERS.
Huh?
Yeah, we'll get dinged from the auditors on that. so
Oh,
I don't know
I'm
what
sorry.
else we can do.
Yep, the MERS has to go. Every year, lately, the last 3 years, we've been putting in $1,500 towards our OPEB for our retirees healthcare.
Mhm.
So we've been putting in $150,000 a year too, because in time, we're gonna have to make sure that that is funded. We have been pay as you go in the past, and we still are pay as you go, but we're trying to put money away into the OPEB because from my understanding is they're gonna mandate that those are funded.
Okay.
So that has to go back in there. I'm sorry.
Wait, that has to go back.
So we're
so that's
back to
That
100.
has to go back into the
158,000.
expenditures. Yep.
So we're adding 150,000.
Yep.
Mhm.
So that takes your house in the woods.
Yep.
Takes that. So we're back up where we were. No, we've dropped a little bit. Okay. Permanent salaries are all the salaries for the city administrator, city treasurer, the water accounts payable person, the building, city clerk, code enforcement, the front counter person. If we had a deputy, the deputy is in that position or is in that cost right now. They are in that account is all those positions. They all have some of them have other accounts that they come out of. The administrator has a percentage that comes out of major and local road, and they have a percentage that comes out of the water and sewer account. And DDA, I'm sorry. The treasurer comes out a portion of the, I get 10% out of the DDA, the rest is out of the city portion. There is the 2 from the DDA that the city pays 10% for them, and the DDA pays 90%. We do have them doing things for the city. Like Susie's overseeing a lot of the road projects and things like that right now, in the sidewalk program and things like that. That is outside of the DDA realm. So we do pay for that out of that account.
CDA splits with code enforcement,
Right.
splits code enforcement.
45, 55.
Yeah,
Yeah.
45, 55.
By Parks and Rec, you guys did, but I don't think you're in June.
Parks and Rec.
Yep. So those are just the cost that is all in there. The part-time position, I think that could be zeroed out. We had part-time, but the part-time people we had were because we were using them for temps to fill spots in and things like that. If we do get a full staff in, we would not need the part-time people.
So take it out.
So
I mean, that's my thought. I'm trying to.
We talk about doing a part-time Parks and Rec, or is that in
that
another?
is
that's
in
gonna
a
be under
totally
Parks and
that's in a Parks
Okay.
and Rec budget.
I thought I saw it somewhere else.
So that category has increased 98% since 2016-17. What accounts for?
The There has been increases in people, positions that people have. There's been
Number of people,
the what?
number of people, number of
Number
staff.
of people. There has been increases, like we never had a full-time code enforcement officer. And we always had a contractual doing that. So that was a whole new position that has increased that. I used to have a deputy position or a deputy. I don't have that position right now. I have somebody else doing some of that, but they're only doing the water billing and the accounts payable portion of my deputy, which has a whole lot more to do with it. The taxes, the billing, or the, there's just different things in there. We have been getting 2% raises every year. This year, I put in a 5% raise for everybody because of cost of living, cost of gas. Most cities have gone to 4-day work weeks because of cost of gas. Then they did that back in 2000 and when the gas prices were high before. A lot of the cities went to a 4-day work week. The city of Lathrup Village did not go to a 4-day work week. We went to, we stayed at our 5-day work week. And the other thing is during COVID, a lot of offices had closed, a lot of city halls were closed, counties were closed. They were not allowing people in their building. People were working from home. We kept coming to work every day here. So that's why I thought that it would be beneficial for, and I also were given a lot of surveys through other people that are doing their budgets right now through the MMTA, Michigan Municipal Treasurers Association, looking anywhere, people are getting anywhere from 3.5 to 5.5%. I just saw Sidewalk got a 4% increase in their wages this year. So that's why that amount was chosen.
That 2% automatic increase, was that, has that been standard through the years?
It's been for
or
a
is
long
that-
time. We've been getting 1 year. I think I got a 1%. We got a 1% 1 year. One of the managers gave out a 1% to everybody, but mostly it's been about 2%. Fringe benefits, that has gone up because of all the positions that are empty. I did put in for families because I do not know if they're going to be a single, couple, or family. And I'd rather go with the family to make sure it's there than not to have it there.
So $100,000, how many positions are you talking about?
City manager, deputy treasurer. What else was there? Clerk, city clerk position.
Okay.
So
Are we going to be looking at any of that since we have to make such big cuts as
Yeah, we have a
number of
clerk right there.
positions? No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking
Well, I'm
about the
talking
number
about
of
it.
positions and all of that. That's increased a lot. Is that something city council talks about? or not?
well, you can talk about it right now. I mean, you guys can talk about it and find out, what you want me to do.
I mean, we're in pretty dire financial straits. That's a big chunk of money to take out of our general fund. So, that's a account that's, like I said, gone up 98%. So leaf and refuse up 93%. So if we look at what our big, I mean, I know salary and benefits, all of that is usually a major part of any budget, but I think we need to look at everything. This is pretty serious.
And what do you suggest?
Well, 5% seems kind of like a lot. I mean, it would be wonderful to be able to do that if we had money, but I don't.
So what are you suggesting that you would like me to? I mean, that's why you guys are talking. I need you to talk about this. This is why I'm going line item by line because I need to know.
I mean, you people we talked with said, they've done wage freezes in the past, or they've done just a small increase. Again, I would love to do that, but it seems we've cut things for residents, but you know, some of the other things haven't been touched. So I don't know. I'm one person. I don't know how anyone else feels about it. Kelly's smirking, but whatever.
Did you
Can we
figure,
just stop with me? I'm just sitting here, just listening to you, and I have, just stop.
did you figure in a deputy treasurer in this?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so that could come out. Do you, could that just be Plant Moran when we need them? Do we?
Moran is very expensive. I think they would be more expensive than a deputy, but I mean,
And didn't you
it would
say
be-
you're getting some help from one of who's been helping you with the treasurer?
just just doing accounts
Paid
payables
staff
and water billing, that's it. I mean, and that's Glennis, that's in our office right now.
So I'm just curious, in fiscal year 17-18, when we were at 490, 781, how many staff did we have? On staff? No, I'm looking at that and then I'm looking at,
Let me think here.
900. I mean, that's like double.
Yeah, it's almost 100%. Yeah.
It's almost 100% increase. And we're only talking
Was-
since 17-18.
If Matt was here during that time, Matt was only paid
50.
as a manager, was only paid about 50,000. If you're wanting your employees to stay, you are going to have to do something, because I can go right now to another city and make 105,000 when I'm only making 91,000 right here. And I would be working less than I do here. I'm just saying, people are paying and people are looking for finance people. People are looking for different positions. Not that I'm saying, not to be mean or anything, but I get these listserv job applications all the time coming through my mail that they're looking for people.
And we lost,
And this is a small city, very comparable to our city. And they do have a position open.
we lost all our clerk offers,
Yep.
because we pay too low. It's.
But if we don't have the money to pay,
Right, exactly. We don't have.
how,
do
I mean,
the-
you can't overpay somebody if you have no money, then.
Well, you're technically not
overpaying
overpaying,
them.
you're
You're
below
paying
market
market.
cost.
We're not gonna
Well,
be able to
but you're
bring somebody
I
Spending
think you
money we
offer
don't
what you can
have.
offer. This is what our city makes. This is what our city
I mean,
has to
it-
spend. This is
It's
what we
totally
can
up to you all.
offer.
Just, and what I think what Pam is trying to say is that it's totally up to the council what they want to do. And you also take the chance of losing a lot of qualified people that have been on staff for a long time. The city she's talking about is the city of Huntington Woods that pays a lot more. I know that when it comes to what we were thinking about for the city manager, she makes a hell of a lot more than what I thought she makes. And the only way to get her is if you top what she was already making. So, I mean, it's up to you all what you would like to do.
Well,
Is there fund balance at going down to about $500,000 or no, actually less, because we just add another 150 back in.
No.
We
that
basically,
would- that would've made it-
cut $20,000 since we've been here, so.
yeah, and
And I don't know what the final numbers for 21, 22 are gonna be. Right now, I'm saying we're dipping into fund balance, but that could be totally different by the time I get my accounts payables done. On Wednesday, I will look at those numbers again. And I have probably 1 month and a half to go. Because you always have to figure when you go into July, you're still paying bills for June.
You're done for the fund balance, not the budget.
Right,
Yeah.
but that's the number of what would be.
But if we do what we have now and take out, add that 150,000 back in that was not in there, that MERS, we're
That-
back up to ending balance of, or down to $514,000.
So we basically take the 20,000 off.
462.
I know our ending fund balance is only
Oh.
going to be $514,000 is what I'm saying. If we add that 150,000 back and whatever.
Correct. And we don't even have to put that in this year.
I thought you said
that's-
we did have to put that in.
I said we've been putting that in. We don't have to put it in. It will be in time. You will probably have to. Maybe if you do a headly override or something like that, you might have that more money. You can put more money into that OPEB.
Yeah, if we don't do it, we'll just read about it again from our auditors, but
I mean, you might want to cut it. You might want to put 1,000 or 100,000 in it this year
For 50,000.
or 50,000. You know, as long as you're putting something in it, it's not.
Why don't we, I mean, I'm just throwing it out there, why don't we put $50,000 in it, and at least we're cutting $100,000 off the budget, so now we're at 20.
But it wasn't in there, it wasn't in the latest.
No, so now it's, but you got the 150 for the House of the Woods wasn't in the latest either
Yeah,
for
but
the
that,
revenue. So I put that in.
but if we don't sell it, we don't have that revenue.
Right.
So why
But
are we?
you might get revenue for something else. You might not. You're going to be doing budget amendments. As the auditors told me when I was talking to them, when I was supposed to go on medical, but I haven't done that yet. Don't know why they're holding me off here, but as the auditors told me, I could go and 2% raise this whole budget. And there's always budget amendments that can be done through the year. Because they know the budget had to be done. And so they told me if I wanted to go through and raise it 2%, I could do that. And then it would be, there was be budget amendments through the year. And that's what a budget amendment's for.
Yeah, but you don't want to go into a budget.
No, you
You're
don't want to go
making
into
your-
a
you're making
deficit.
your
You
best
can-
estimate.
Amendments, you want
You're-
to do.
Right, and we're
yes.
doing our best
Estimate
estimate.
at the time that we're making the budget.
Right. So what is it with salary and wages? If you want it decreased, let me know.
I
don't know what they are actually. so.
I don't know. You mentioned 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 positions we have filled right now. Is that right? This.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 5 positions, 6 and 7 would be clerk and would be the administrator would be 7.
Okay, so
And that's not the deputy.
what's
And
a
that counts
deputy?
DDA for 2 positions.
No, DD is on, that would be, theirs is only 10%, so that wouldn't even make a dent into that.
10% in salaries and 10% in fringe benefits.
Correct.
Why don't we keep going and then come back to salary? See what else we can cut and then see what, bring, circle back around to that at the end.
Okay. Code enforcement,
Suggestion.
I'm fine with it.
code enforcement, legal services. Those are all the codes that when Scott Ringler has to bill us for his services for the court fees and that. he pays it.
Scott
Scott
Ringler.
Baker, Scott Baker, I'm
We've got a
sorry.
lot of Scots around here.
Our election, we spent 28,000 in 2021. This year we're at 40,000. We had to buy some things for the election. Our absentee ballot applications went out. Our did we have to pay for the new cards? The new cards that went out to everybody for the redistricting, we had to pay for that. So that was up. I put it in for 10,000 for this year in hoping that we're going to get some money back from the state election, but I don't know. And you didn't think it was going to be more than that for us, did you? Or did you think it was going to be more than that?
I'm still checking.
Hmm?
I'm still checking.
Okay, so that one I'm not sure on, but I gave it my best guess on the election. Legal services, that was increased to 2% to 58. That's our city attorney's account.
Is that automatic every year too?
He has
2%?
never had a raise since he's been here. He's never had an increase that I know of.
Yeah, there was.
It might have been,
1870 to 2560, I believe, maybe 2018 or 19, I think.
I don't remember him having a raise, but.
Yeah, the retainer amount changed because what it was that initially the contract had, when Matt set it up, we billed, any email was charged per email as special legal services. So I revised that. I included email correspondence in the retainer. So that, and the retainer went up I believe it went from 1850 or 1800 to 2500 a month. So that additional $700 includes all the emails, because when after Matt left and we started using a lot more email, the cost went up significantly. So that change was made to kind of control those costs and keep it consistent. And as far as the 2%, Pam has included in there, if I can help in any way, I'm more than willing to forego that 2% this year.
Okay. It's your call.
Thank you, Scott.
Thank you.
Board of Review, that's my wages for my Board of Review members. They are the only board that gets paid for the city. And they have a January here, or no, they do boards in July, December, and March Board of Reviews. The March Board of Reviews, they are here for 2 days. So they do get paid for that. County Equalization Services, this year, I put it up to a 2%. I don't know what that's going to be yet because they are waiting on their new director for the county. So I just gave it a 2%. We have not seen any contracts or anything come through for them. Buildings and Grounds, temporary salary wages, that is grants fees for cleaning the building. Building utilities, billing, or building utilities billing, that is all of our gas, electric, anything like that. I'm trying to think what our water is included in that account. Building maintenance, we've been at 38 and pretty much we stay around 38. This year, we're going to be over that because of the maintenance issues we've had this year. But I left it at the 38 for that account. Equipment maintenance and repairs, that fluctuates, but that is anytime our vacuum cleaner breaks or any of our equipment here that needs maintenance on it, that's what that account is for. Parking lots and grounds, I decreased that. That's anything for around the grounds here, the parking lot, anytime we have to do anything. Sometimes we have to get the Southfield to come and do the street sweeping and things like that. We only used 2,000 this year so far, so I decreased that to 8,000. I don't know what we've used in the past. I think we've used a lot more when we had a Parks and Rec person, because that is part of the parking lots and grounds that they probably used more money for things that they did.
How many times a year does the MS4 permit require us to do this?
I'm not sure. I can ask the lady when I talk to her
Okay.
tomorrow.
I was just
because
gonna say,
I have to
let's
talk to
let's
her
make sure
tomorrow.
we're doing it the required amount.
Yeah, I have to talk to her tomorrow.
I thought it
anyways.
was more than once, but
Building and grants, we that is for the lighting system and also for the air conditioning units on the roof. That was non-interest bearing grants that we received. We have paid off one of them. We still have the other one, which is $5,359, and that's a grant we have for the next, I think, 4 or 5 years. We still have to pay on that, so that has to stay the way it is. COVID building, I could take out that 500. We spent 600 on it, but since we've been taking most of it out of building maintenance and that, I would take that 500 out of that account. Public safety. Public safety, permanent wages. This permanent wages does include a lieutenant position that the police department has asked for, and it does away with one of their sergeant positions. They would like to be able to have 2 sergeants and a lieutenant because they are 1 shift short of a supervisor. But
I'm sorry, Pam, I didn't hear that correctly. All right, I just didn't hear that. Did you say we are getting rid of a lieutenant, or we're keeping?
no,
one
they would
lieutenant?
like to promote a lieutenant.
Okay, promote a
And
lieutenant.
do, and then forego a sergeant position this year. They would really like to have a sergeant position because they are one shift without a supervisor. So, but Scott did say that if the lieutenant position could be put in, then the sergeant position would forego this year and he'd come back next year for that position. The overtime for the police department, that is the salary and wage overtime. That is for the full-time officers only. That's where their wages, their overtime comes out of. Part-time employees, that is the part-time employees plus their overtime that if they have any overtime, that's their overtime out of that account. We are up to 82. That is due to having, you can explain that better than I can.
And we were short officers throughout the year. You can see what the actual salary was. It was 544 as of 331. So we had an increase in the amount of hours the part-time officers were working. And as we're filling shifts, that number should come down.
Fringe benefits, the fringes for all the officers for their health care, all that. Unemployment insurance, that's the insurance we pay quarterly.
How come the fringe benefits have gone up so much?
Because there are more people that have taken insurance and their families. The people that are being hired have been families. Or they have forgotten, yeah, their families. That's all.
Okay.
Because I think let's see, last year we had 2 come on in April this year, an open enrollment. They weren't on our insurance when they were hired last year, but they came on in the open enrollment. So now they are on our insurance and they are both families. So I think there's 3 families that came on in April. Police uniforms and cleaning. We were keeping that at the 15,000 with more officers and that also includes their uniforms and their boots that they get, their boot allowance.
Right.
So we were going to keep that at the 15. Workers' compensation insurance. I kept that at the 15,800. That probably could go down because the insurance went down this year, but you never know what next year is going to be. So I would probably bring that because if I look at it, I think we did pay the insurance already for workers' comp. That one comes in like this time of the year, and we only paid 6,400 this year. So I would probably take that down to 10.
Workers' compensation insurance.
Yeah. Office supplies, 4,000, and that's about, actually, we worked out a bargain. They're gonna buy us a case of paper and we'll pay them back. So since they have money in their account, we don't. So we've worked out a budget or deal with them. So COVID, we took down to 0 because talking to the police chief, he said that any COVID materials they bought, they probably have bought out of office supplies and that, and they're usually just wipes and things like that. And they can also get those out of, I think like your
We get them through emergency management as well through Oakland County. So, and a lot of the supplies that we bought with COVID has been all reimbursed through CARES Act funding. So
we decreased their office machines because they did get a new copier this year. Their copier went down or they blew up. They couldn't fix it. It was going to cost way more to fix it. So they did get a new copier this year. So we could take that down. So they'll just be paying for copies and things like that now. Their publication document reducing, Scott said that they didn't know how much they were going to do this year. So
yeah, over the last few years, we've been pretty proactive in getting our reports that are on microfiche and microfilm and having them transferred to thumb drive. So right now we're in pretty good shape. So we can take that down to 500.
road supplies or any supplies that they have for their cars that they need.
Yeah, road supplies, a lot of this is road flares and just different items that we use on the road that we come across. A lot of times we have the tools to get into people's vehicles, and there's just a number of things that we use.
Evidence supplies.
Yeah, evidence supplies, we haven't been using a lot. Knock on wood. We haven't had any big issues lately, so we're hoping just to stay at par with that.
Police Reserve Force.
Reserve Force, most of their stuff is really actually coming out of that uniform budget, uniform cleaning budget. So we used to do an annual barbecue or what have you, just to thank them for all the hours that they volunteer. But with COVID, we haven't been doing a whole heck of a lot. So hopefully we can reinstitute that and get them at least a nice dinner to thank them for their services.
Program or training programs.
So training programs, when I came on as chief about 5 years ago, I think our training budget was $4,000. And when you're looking at about 20 people to train, and the cost of this is just astronomical. Sergeant Zhang just went to a leadership training class. That one class was $4,000. So that budget needs to stay where that's at.
Firearms training.
Firearms training, it is skyrocketing. Trying to get ammunition at this point in today's day and age is very, very tough, and the cost of ammunition has skyrocketed. So that's why you see the increase there.
Fire services and dispatch, we have a contract. This is our last year contract with them, and then there was a 2% increase in that.
I had a few questions about
So
that.
next
Scott.
year
I'm
you
sorry, I
will-
thought you were done.
No, that's okay. Next year you will have to renegotiate with the
So
city. of
So
South.
what's the breakout between fire and dispatch? Is the first
Um,
question.
Dispatch is like $59,000. It's a
60.
very, 60,000.
It's
It's
very
very,
small.
it's very small.
Because depending on the answer to that question, my next question was, does it make sense to bring it back in-house the way we had? But I'm guessing the person power, and then there's probably equipment that we've got to buy, so it's
Yeah.
a wash. Yeah.
No, I mean, right now, I think the cost of dispatch is definitely in line where, where it behooves us to go with Southfield.
Yeah.
Southfield Fire is expensive. They do a great job. They have a ton of training. Their response time is awesome, but you're going to pay for it. It's not cheap.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, and the telephone billing for the police department, that has to do with their, any cell phones they have, that also has to do with their internet connections, things like that. And on our side too, I forgot that has to do with internet connections. Radio communication agreement, that is their agreement with Oakland County for their for their radios.
Yeah, Columbus.
Vehicle maintenance expense, this year they're estimated to be about 60,000, but we've always put 37 in. If they were to get the 2 new vehicles, that should be able to drop drastically, we hope.
Yeah, so last year I put in for a car and budget cuts, the car was cut, but you can see 37,000 and we'll be up over 60,000. Either buy a new car or you pump up your vehicle maintenance,
Is that all the oil changes and all that kind of
Yes.
stuff? Is that in here?
Yes.
Yeah, everything.
Tires, if they need tires or anything
Tires,
like that.
brakes.
So, yep.
Scott, I have a question.
Yes.
When you purchase new vehicles, do you get a trade-in, or how does that work with police vehicles?
So we get contract pricing through the state of Michigan. So right now we have 2 Tahoes on order, not that we have to take delivery of them. But I had to order those back in January. We get those brand new for about $42,000.
So what happens to our old vehicles? They go up for auction?
Well, we take them to auction.
Okay,
The other thing we talked about is potentially transferring one of those vehicles to the DPS.
We try to recycle
Recycle
if we can, and our DPS is in a bad need of a dump truck. The dump truck they're driving doesn't have a floorboard in it, so I keep calling it the Flintstone
truck.
vehicle. Their pickup truck doesn't have a floorboard in it, so I keep calling it the Flintstone vehicle. And they're using signs for their floorboard. And so when I was talking to Scott, I said, if you were to get your 2 new vehicles, would you be able to transfer one of the Tahoes down there so they could at least have one vehicle to drive down there? Or, when they're doing the water reads or anything like that. So, and then the other, I don't know if you guys were gonna get rid of the other one.
We'll always keep 5 years.
Yeah, they always keep 5 vehicles.
So you will keep it on the,
Yeah, they would keep one.
Yep.
But then if the dump truck, if they were to be able to get rid of
With
that,
the
we would
shop
take that
pickup truck.
truck or the pickup truck.
take it to
Yeah.
auction for parts or
Huh?
something?
As I guess my face is still looking pretty shocked, and so that's why.
The pickup, we might take that to auction if they didn't need it. Meetings and memberships, that's any memberships that they have, such as the chief's membership or,
Michigan Association Chiefs of Police, Oakland County Chiefs of Police, International Chiefs of Police, a bunch of financial crimes investigators memberships. So there's a number of things that come out of there.
and then this is the expense for the Michigan Job Training Program that we talked about in the revenue side of it, where if we were to give this to the county, then we would do the training through the county. in that.
Right. For
So-
Oakland Police Academy.
Animal control,
We
oh,
skipped crime
Crime
prevention.
I'm sorry, crime prevention, we took that money out of there. And why did we?
Yeah, so basically what we're gonna do is merge that with community policing. It just seems to make sense. We can use crime prevention funds out of community policing, and just the number of events that we try to do in a normal year, it just makes sense to blend those together.
Animal control, we put 200 in there. If we were to go with the county, I don't think we would need the 200 in there anymore.
I disagree.
Oh, you do?
So-
Okay.
So
You tell me.
as of recent, our DPW has been picking up a lot of the dead deer carcasses
Mhm.
that Oakland County Animal Control won't do.
Oh,
So we found out in years past, we weren't able to dump them in the dumpster at DPW. They found out that they were permitted to do that. So they've been gracious enough to help us to dump them, and they can get a quick pickup and get it out of there. The other thing is we were able to get with Southfield, and they have a dumpster that we can use as well. So again, we just need
Are
something.
they charging us for that?
There is no charge for the Southfield dumpster, but if we need to get, if we needed to get somebody, if we couldn't do it and we needed to hire a company to get rid of a deer carcass, then I think we need to do that. We need to keep something in there.
You just turned everybody's stomachs here.
Oh, I'm sorry, you asked about it.
And so you only need $200,
I
given
would
the
keep-
number of deer here?
I
In
would keep
Lathrup?
something in there, just
Okay.
so we've got it.
Okay, and then our prisoner lockup, we're looking at about 4,000 this year. That is our contract with the Southfield of
Berkeley.
the city of Berkeley.
And again,
so,
this fund fluctuates. It just depends on how many people we're picking up, and, again, COVID protocols, things were shut down. We didn't lock up a lot of people. So that may stay normal, it may stay the same, or it may go up. We just don't know.
and then community policing, as Scott has said, that we did increase that one.
So I'm gonna entertain a recess for a moment for a bio break or stretching or something, because we're only halfway through this.
Probably more than halfway, but
Yeah,
it's still.
because
Appreciate
the
it.
streets are pretty, they're pretty, but they're pretty. but Mainly the general fund.
We're gonna take a recess.
Well, no, I don't care.
Snack. Oh, there you go. Snack, snack, snack.
We're supposed to get rain tonight?
Your dad's storm is supposed to be coming.
Shoot.
Are we?
We're still on. I hear there's a storm coming, so the yard will probably get really wet. Do you want to work in those conditions? Question mark.
Okay.
It's fine.
Whatever you're Calvin.
Yes. I'm not asking you to get it, I'll get it. I just want
It's
to
in
see.
the refrigerator.
2 minutes, guys. 2 minutes.
Yep, it is.
You ever had the carpets professionally cleaned up here? There's some major dirt spots.
He probably hasn't seen them in a while, but he's got a professional carpet cleaner. that he
Does.
uses. And he usually scrubs them really good. but
Oh,
We were supposed to, actually, there was money in the budget to have these carpets appear in place this year, but. we
oh, there
just-
was?
But
What happened to it?
it's still there. Because it's still there, because there's just no way. Budget and that.
All these rooms up here?
I'm not sure if it was decided yet by one of them, and I don't know because I didn't do the budget, the capital improvements last year.
Huh.
So,
I didn't see that one. I have one from 2017, 2018.
excuse me? Well, I'm on page 8, which will be the public service, which was DPS. Yeah, and then I'll just-
So the air conditioning doesn't work if you're in.
It seems to be really non-functional in the evenings and.
During the day,
it's
it's
meetings.
But yeah, it's not,
Uncomfortable.
Is that on a timer?
Yeah.
no,
Is it on a timer?
no, I have it on my computer, but since we had computer issues last week.
I'm
it,
leaving my jacket on.
Came off the computer again, so it's got to get put back on again.
Anybody need extra water? You've got one. Anybody else?
That's why I brought a Red Bull on the one. Is he standing right there?
Here he
He's on
comes.
his way.
Okay, and we're back
All right,
to go to,
our public services, our DPS department.
yes.
Okay, the fringe, the MERS, that is for retired DPS employees that have retired. That we have to put into the MERS account for them. The DPS utilities for reimbursement, those are the utilities that we pay for that in the revenue that DPS is paying us back, or Lathrup Services pays us back. That's what that account is. Those are all their utilities such as their water, their electric, phone, internet, any of those are in that account. Equipment maintenance, that is an account that if there's any equipment, DPS, they do a lot of their own maintenance on all their vehicles and everything, but once in a while, and I think it's in their contract, I haven't read their contract in a while, but I think that we, if it's something that we would help out with, it's a very small amount. We do not do anything real big on that. They are taking care of all of the equipment. Park maintenance, those are to do with any of our parks. If we have anything that has to be done on the outside of our parks near the roads or anything like that, DPS, if they're picking up stuff, any of that goes in that account. And then the sidewalk maintenance account, this is the big one of our capital improvement that we're doing for our sidewalks. And this is going to be the cost of year 2.
So we're
And only
getting back-
20,000 of it, I think, is the city's portion. The rest is going to be reimbursed back to us sooner or later within 2 years.
So we're getting back year 1, hopefully, but this now is year 2.
This is year 2 that we're doing right now. Yep.
And is there any way to cut that back a bit? Is that already, the work's
I
already being
talked-
done right now?
The Giffords Webster has already gone out and they have
The bids.
marked, they've already marked and quantified the estimated work for all of the properties that are being included in year 2. The notice to proceed was actually just issued this morning to the contractor. Those bids were Well, there was a clause in their contract from last year that says that we can, if we're satisfied with their work, we can continue for years 2 and 3. So, so that's what that is. I don't. I mean, the city's costs are everything from the key flag, which is basically where the two, like on a corner, where the two sidewalks meet. That's called key flag. The city is responsible from the key flag to the street. And in a lot of cases, we are installing the dimple pads, the detectable warnings for ADA compliance. I'm not sure how we could reduce that cost.
Yeah, I mean, those expenses are reimbursed.
Yes. The only,
Just a little bit of a lag.
I mean, the city takes on, I mean, the residents are responsible for the cost of the sidewalk flags and any root grinding for their own trees. The city takes on the cost of grinding the roots for city trees. It's a per tree, it's about $80, $90. I mean, it does add up, but that is, I suppose that's one cost that council could choose to pass on to the residents, but based on the comments I've heard about that, I would say no, that's not, I would not advise making that shift. So I'm not quite sure where.
So basically we
that.
pay it out and then carry it for 2 years.
Yes, the sidewalk program is, if a resident chooses to utilize the payment plan, it's a 2-year payment plan.
Yeah, they have to make a payment in the first year and a payment in the second year. If they do not make any payments in the first year, then it's rolled to taxes.
Then it's what?
Rolled to taxes.
The whole amount is rolled to taxes.
Oh,
If they choose not to make any, but it's still a year before you get it. Because you'll have to wait till the taxes come in. The contractual services, that's a portion of the Lathrup services contract. I did put in the schedule for you. It's towards the back of the it's on my page 16, so maybe your page 15, right at the top. It's the contractual services. Their amount comes out of 5 different accounts. So they are split between the general, the major, the local, the water, and the sewer accounts. They had asked for a 3% increase, not having an increase last year. I, in the budget, put a 2% increase in. So, and that is council's wishes on that one, but I just to put it in there as a 2% to see what it would do to the budget. Refuse equipment and roll-off expense, that is where we go to Ferndale to take our leaves. We have to pay for a contract with Ferndale for our dumping of our leaves when we do our leaf collection here. And then it's also, we have a roll-off at the DPS yard that we pay for out of that account. SACRA refuse collection, that's with our contract with SACRA, what the yearly cost would be for them to pick up our trash. Any questions on any of those?
You get reimbursed on, I thought we used to, on recyclables? No,
We haven't gotten reimbursement.
Doesn't it roll into our I thought it rolls into the
I think it
contract.
rolls into the contract.
Yeah.
It's, we don't see the money upfront.
okay.
The next one is the recreation account. I did decrease the that to a part-time position and making that part-time. Their fringes, I took all the medical, all those fringes away, so those would only be your social security tax, your FICA tax out of the fringe account.
Let's back up here for 1 second. Just want to throw
Okay.
an idea out for discussion. What if we eliminated the recreation coordinator position and strengthened up the recreation committee to take on that responsibility.
It's in our charter. The position's in our charter and,
Well, the recreation department is in the charter, isn't it?
you know, the
Or is it
director
the-
position is in there, isn't it? Yeah. It is.
I don't believe there's a recreation coordinator position in the charter.
The director,
Not in the charter. The only chartered positions are the administrator, the clerk, the attorney, and the assessor.
I think it's in there somewhere.
Who's getting the applications for that rec department? Have you gotten any?
No.
Oh, well, that's gonna be tough to beef up then.
Right.
Well, we have a committee and the committee will, I mean, it's like any other committee, we'll get residents on there, but
Right, I mean, but that we put all of those are coming up at the end of the month.
okay, well,
And so we haven't, they would go to the clerk, right? So they would
Oh.
come to Kelda, because it's all applications for committees will go to the clerk.
And it's been posted.
Yes.
And you haven't gotten any then to pass on? Oh, darn.
Yeah, I'll put another note in, I'll put a very specific note in the newsletter.
and what usually happens with most of these committees, is the people who are on the committees, as it gets closer to termination, we'll put in their applications for their own positions. Not always, but a lot of times. But, you know, if we had a strong leader in there and, you know, solidified, you know, well, I mean, not even that, just take the committee and give it more responsibility. And
If it's a priority to the city, we cannot,
Yeah.
the volunteers do not sustain a program. It just doesn't work. The success of it depends on people coming and going, and if it's something that is important to the city, and then you need to invest in it. I'm speaking from experience on many different committees, so.
And then we talked about fees associated with some of the programs, so that could be generate some income.
And right now, actually, this is down to $11,200 for activities, so we're gonna hire somebody to manage $11,200.
Well, when Chris was here, Chris cut his budget big time when he was here, and he was full-time, and he cut it. So it was cut last year. When Chris did for his budget last year before he left, he had cut it quite a bit.
Well, I don't want to see it cut. I think it's an important position. I think it's a
just
community
throw it out there
builder.
for discussion.
No, and I appreciate
I
it.
don't want to cut it either, but I'm
I
just,
know.
we gotta look for ways for.
One more resident thing cut. Add it to the list.
Workers' compensation insurance is what that is. We have bus transportation for 1,000. I think that's what that one is. Yeah. Double C here. Adult programming, we only spent 350 there. We have 1,000 in there. I don't know, Chris, when Chris was here, Chris did some renaming of these programs. We used to have just a recreation account. He did an adult program, he did a seniors activity, and he did a children youth activity account. So he took a couple of different accounts and renamed them. So the senior account, we put to 800.
Does that include that money you said you get to spend for seniors? Didn't you say we had some money that
Well,
you
that's
captured?
CDBG money, but you have to get reimbursed for it. So you have to spend it to get reimbursed for it.
But
and
this
you
is
have
where
to
we
have
plug it in?
Yeah, and you have to have so many, or you have to be 65 and older. They have to sign sign their name and, but it can be for any seniors within. Community events, I put to 8,500. It can always be increased if we want to. We estimated it to be at 15. We did spend 12,000 this year on, or no, we had it at 8,500 last year. This year we did, we're estimating it to come in at 15,000. So, but I left it at what it was the year before at 85.
What's the actual, what did we do this year that's gonna be?
I think most of it was last year, but then also in there was some of the breakfast with the money came out of that account because that's community event account. I mean, not much, but some of it came out of there. But I think most of those were maybe last year before Chris left account or things.
Okay. But you don't know what that is like. Can we get a
I want to say,
breakdown of these
well, we did
things?
something with breakfast with, or we did something with Santa Claus. So I think Santa Claus
Oh,
came out of
yeah, we
there.
did do
Something
with
Santa, so Santa, part of Santa would have came out of that cost. Probably, I would have to look. I was gonna bring my computer and I forgot it today.
MLK, can you do it?
I was gonna say Fall Fest,
Yeah.
some of Fall Fest would came out of there. So things like that would have came out of there, that whatever the DDA didn't cover, we were covering. Because those are the events that we had last year. We did have Fall Fest, we had Santa, and then we had the breakfast with the bunny, so. I know Barb asked about the fitness center, questions about that. We do, when we did have the fitness center, we did lease the equipment. We did not make revenue on that account. Our revenue was not what we were paying out for the equipment that we leased in that. That $264 that is in there for the actual, the 500. We have a telephone down there that we are because there was a telephone put down there for the fitness center, because if anybody got hurt or the dance studio or whatever. So the money, that 500 that's in there, and we could probably take it out of the overall general account too, but we chose to take it out of the fitness center account because that's where it was at. So that's why that 500 is there, but we do lease, we were at one time leasing the equipment. We have gotten rid of all the lease equipment. So we do not, and right now that room would not even be fit for anybody to work out in, because that's got a lot of our storage stuff in there, because we're running out of storage space here for our documents and things like that. So. And I think it was only like $25 a year or so, $35 a year. It was very, very, you know. And we didn't have a lot of people that used it because they could only use it when we were here during our business hours. We did have at one time, we had monitors down there during when we had it open for longer hours. But we were paying them and it just wasn't working out. We weren't getting anybody coming in at night. And then the few people we had during the day wasn't worth it. It wasn't making it beneficial for the city, because there's so many places now that you can work out and they're very reasonable. Dog park, we had budget 1,500, we put 500 in there. That mainly everything's done with the dog park except for like buying doggy bags, things like that.
Who maintains that?
Cliff will go over there and pick up the dog bag or pick up the garbage and that from the dog park, and he gets paid a stipend for doing that.
And Jason Hammond was managing it? What?
Because he at the time was talking to Chris, and he was on the, I guess there was,
He's on the board.
I was gonna say, I guess there was a
Board.
dog park board or something and so Jason was on that board, and when Chris left, Jason kind of stepped in, but I know he did come in and talk to the administrator about it and things like that at that time.
So how is what he's been doing going to be covered?
I don't know what he's doing because that's not, I wasn't involved in that.
Oh, okay. Okay,
So I wasn't involved in his communications with the city administrator at that time.
okay.
And then the community garden, I left $1,000 in there because this year we had to buy mulch for it. We're gonna have to buy mulch again for it. We probably are gonna have to put in, after July, we're gonna have to put in a cement pad for a bench that was donated from a memorial bench. And we're gonna have to put a cement pad in because we do have to get the 2 benches. There's one that was from a class, I can't remember their names, and the other one, but one's going to by the children's garden, and I think the other one goes by the dog park. So, and we're gonna have to probably.
Is that one for June?
Yep. Yep, and we have them, the benches are over at DPS, it's just a matter of getting the cement poured in that, so. So I left that 1,000 in there, and then the concerts in the park, is $400. And that is we have a cost for music, copyrights of music and that, and we have to pay that as a city, so. And we just got the bill on it now, and it was $391. So I don't know why the bill from last year wasn't paid till December, but we've got the next one coming up. So this year it will be over, but next year, actually, I probably could take that money out of there because we probably won't need the money next year because we're paying ahead. So, but I think we'll leave it though, because if I don't, then we'll have to pay it in June. And the last thing is the capital reserves, which is in the general fund. Capital reserves is what comes off of the capital improvement or the capital account. And that has been adjusted by some, so that amount would come down due to those adjustments. It's going to come down 20,000, but we still weren't done on the community room upgrades. We didn't really talk about that. We did do the backhoe down to 80,000. So, but that would bring that amount down to whatever our capital improvements are for the year.
I would suggest eliminating the backhoe. And
Okay.
also suggest eliminating community room upgrades. And I have a question about the server for the TV station.
Okay.
What are we doing now? Is it the server is dying or?
Jim, could you please come out here?
I can answer all your questions.
Yeah, so I'm just
I
curious.
worked on the server for many months.
Yeah.
The server is dead.
Okay.
The server at this point is a computer. It has a couple of players in it. It is 17 years old. 8 years ago, I was able to buy parts for it from the factory right here in Michigan. I refurbished the whole thing, power supplies. I put a new hard drive in. It was like a brand new. And it finally went out. At this point, I went to contact the factory again. And they said, well, there's a lot of parts we can't get any longer. And I did put a new hard drive in it. I thought, well, that's 90% chance. It wasn't that expensive. The hard drive did not make the repair. And I said, what about the factory? Because the factory before was, well, they wanted 4,000 to refurb it. I refurbed it like for, I don't know, 500-600. I says, well, can you refurb it? He says, well, we'll look at it for $400, but we can't guarantee you that we can fix it either. So now that it's the old SD model, not the HD. It's the old square version. It's the 4.3, not the 16.9, and it's 17 years old. And I did massive research. I've been to a lot of the cities and looked at what they're using, the flexibility of how they're programmed, and I came up with a Cactus system that I like a lot. And unfortunately, yes, it is expensive. But at that point, it's 1 month of what we get in peg fees. So having it back up and running again, since it's integral in getting the peg fees, it's almost essential that it gets replaced.
Okay, thanks.
There's one other thing it will do as well, is that in the future, if we want to start doing streaming, all the new equipment that's going into, again, there's still some analog stuff in there. That will probably about $500 of that will go towards it, the streaming equipment. So in the future, you won't have to go in and we don't have to start making DAs and different adjustments here and there. 5-year warranty on it. I will be learning how to use it, and I don't charge for that as part of the contract. So, yes, looking forward to it. Right now, I'm running the bulletin board just to keep it on, so what they check, because WOW does check. They do go in and go look, see if they're playing anything. So if WOW has been checking, they'll see the bulletin board. I've been keeping the bulletin board up. And that's where right now is. We've been down, well, I don't have an exact estimate, 4 months, 5 months, something like that, with just a bulletin board running. Unfortunately, the time estimate to get the new one in is about 5 months. But it's the one to get. I like it a lot. There's some ones that are just trying to program them, and there's ones that are more expensive. Then they fly in from who knows what city to do your training and going. So I found a good system with that.
That's my question.
Any other questions? See, I knew I'd get to the answer. Nail that one. All right.
So I'm just proposing the community room and the backhoe.
Yeah, because maybe if they keep looking for possibly a used one, maybe we could possibly come back to it
Okay,
as a budget amendment.
Do they have a backhoe?
yes,
It's just not working.
it's probably a rust bucket.
Hmm.
I agree. I think for now, we could just, for the community room, just take the curtains off and like possibly just keep looking at it year by year. But since people are using it frequently, no one's complaining. So I guess we should just be responsible and let it go for now.
Okay,
And you said these computer upgrades, those don't have anything to do with the computers that we're using. Those are like staff
no,
computers and
those
so forth.
are, actually, they're, or not laptops, they are, hard desktops.
Okay. And then we had a 5,000 addition for public safety for, I can't read my own right, Power DMS.
Yes,
Yeah.
and you were supposed to explain that because I didn't know what Power DNS was.
It's a software that we use for everything. We put all of our policies and procedures in there. Anytime there's any documentation, good or bad about an officer, it's all entered in there. That way it creates a kind of a profile for each officer, so we can look at it to do our annual assessments of them. We need the Power DMS to continue with our accreditation program that we're trying to get accredited, because everything has to go through that to make sure that we are on board. It has our officers sign every time a new policy comes out. They have to sign for it. It's all documented. So it's an ongoing, unfortunately, it's an ongoing cost. It's a yearly cost for that.
Are you talking this $9,200 server?
No, he was talking about the $4,500. It wasn't in there.
Oh, that's a
It's-
taser?
No, it's the Power DMS. It has to be added to the police departments. For $4,500. So what do we want to go back on the budget? For general, or do you want me to keep going to the major and local and,
Yeah, maybe a little bit.
okay. Okay, the major streets. We get our Act 51 money, which has not been updated since February. So those are the figures from February that they have as of right now. And then we're going to transfer from the street bond revenue to cover for the street project that we're doing this year, to for us to have a balanced budget for the major streets. If you go down to the expenditures of the expenditures, we have the administrator, their portion of their salary is taken out of here. It's 5% of the administrator's salary. 5% of their fringes are out of this account. We have to pay our bond cost, our bond interest has to come out. Our auditing services for the auditors. Our administration and engineering cost that we have. And then our road maintenance account has been cut a lot because most of that is coming out of the capital improvement street bond money now. And so we just have a little bit in that account for essentials that we might have to do. And most of the time that is your coal patch for the streets, things like that that we have to do. Roadside maintenance, we have just keeping in what we put in last year. Our equipment rental, and putting in what we have last year. We really have not had to rent any equipment, but you never know if we have to or not. So we just keep 5,000 in there every year in case we have to rent something. Our traffic controls, we pay a portion of the street lights and that, where the DDA pays for the first 6 months, I think it is 6 or 7 months, and then the city pays the rest of that. That's been a shared agreement with that. And then our snow and ice removal, we've already got our snow and ice for next year, or our salt for next year, so we're good there. We're just gonna have to pay for it. And then our other thing is a big cost to the major local roads is our forestry. We have a lot of trees that are getting older and bigger, and those trees are being trimmed a lot. We're having to do a lot of tree trimming. We're having to remove some trees, doing tree stump grinding. Those are all the trees in the right of way in that, or anything in our parks that have to be removed, anything like that, anything that could be dangerous. And so we do have in our budget, we do have a hefty amount in there, but that is something we've had in there. Our contractual services, that's the portion of the Lathrup services, and then our capital street bond improvement. We're looking at doing over $1 million worth of street repair this year.
2 questions, Pam.
Mhm.
So the one thing I was curious about is, so we've got 1.058 million for the capital improvement street bond expenses. The transfer in from the street bond revenue.
Because
is
we
only
transferred more in last year.
952.
We transferred more in last year.
Okay.
So we didn't have to transfer all in this year.
Okay, and then the second question is, when we talk about the fund balance, I just want to make sure I'm understanding this.
Don't look at that part of it yet. If that's what you're looking at.
Well, what I was getting at is, it looks like we're pretty balanced in terms of expenses
Yes.
versus
Mhm.
revenue. So,
Yep.
so it's showing a fund balance of about 2.2 million. So what I want to know is,
That's going to be with your capital improvement money in there.
okay, so
Yes.
it's important, I think it's really important to understand. I mean, I kind of wish we had done the capital improvement as a separate entity as opposed to,
Yeah.
I get it, you know,
Yep.
hindsight is 20/20.
Right.
What I really need to know is how much of the fund balance is not capital improvement bond money.
Okay, I can get that for you.
Because we've got 2 major projects coming up in the next few years on major roads. And it's hard to understand. It's hard, you know, one of the things we've been doing is not doing transfers and of Act 51 money and so forth, especially during the time of the 3 years of the.
Well, we've been very frugal at our spending on the regular, so we should be pretty good shape on there, but you know.
Right. But
But it was getting low there for a
Right,
little
but the
bit.
whole idea was, you know, we talked about when we approved the road bond was to be able to build up this account for
Correct.
11 Mile and for Southwood Road 2024. So,
Correct.
Is there any money in here for planting trees or just taking trees down?
Just taking trees down. The last time we did planting of trees, I think came out of the general fund.
Yeah.
It wasn't taken out of, because I don't think you can take that out of
Streets, yeah.
streets. But I think it was in
Actually,
capital. But that's something
Seemed
we're
like-
looking at doing.
Seemed like Berkeley might have done that. Have to check.
But that's something that we would look for grants for, is for tree planting, because there are a lot of grants out there.
The
and I think we're looking-
the DTE's tree grant is coming up actually in the next couple of weeks.
After they massacred the trees that are already here.
Are they done? DTE? Have they?
I don't think we're ever done.
DTE probably not.
Cover that. Okay, the local road, Act 51 funds. That's the amount I got from February off your website. Interest investments. The The one thing about the major and local roads in the general is all the money is in the general fund. So I have to take and transfer at the end of the year when I do start getting ready for the audit and that. I have to do investment interest. I have to transfer it from the general to the major and local. So that's part of that. That's why you see an amount in there.
Have you been receiving any bills yet for the work done so far on the roads?
Oh, yeah, we receive it all the time.
Is it reflected in these numbers?
And if you look at the capital street bond, from just in March, it was 222.
Oh, down here, okay. So this takes us to March. Okay, no,
Well, just that does, yeah.
okay. No, I meant for the stuff that started this year.
Yeah, well, there's stuff after that, but I have to have a figure to an actual figure to start on. And then usually it's February, but since we moved the budget to be June now, I can go to March with it. So that's why I'm using a March figure there for the actual. Miscellaneous revenue, that is, we get money in local from the Oakland County. There's a street.
Tri-party?
Yeah, tri-party funds, or, well, it's not really tri-party, it's a grant that we get through the, yeah.
LRIP,
yeah, local.
Local Road Improvement Program.
And so that's what that is, and we pick a road that we're gonna do, and then we have to match it. So then that's what that money is for. And then our transfer from street bond revenue, this one we're doing more because we didn't transfer as much last year for some reason. I don't know why we're seeming to transfer more, but. And then those I'll look at just one more time before I finish up the budget. But the local road is pretty much a mirror of the major road. Usually we do, whenever we're paying bills or anything out of it, it's a 50-50 split usually. In here, we do have road maintenance for 250,000. And that is for additional roads work that we do. I forgot exactly, because my brain's going fried now since I've been talking so much.
Yeah, it's big oh, no.
Yeah, no, it's 250, it's same as it was last
Yeah,
year.
so for example,
but-
last year when we did Santa Barbara, that wasn't in the millage.
That wasn't in the millage, right? So that's what that road bond is, or that road millage is, or maintenance is, in case we have to do anything there. The traffic controls are the same. It's the 50-50 split. The salt is the 50-50, the non-motorized vehicles, and then the trees, the contractual services, and then our capital improvement street bond is 50% of the other 50% of what we're gonna be doing. So we're gonna be doing about $2 million worth of road improvements this year.
It's the same question I had last time. Is the 440,000 that you show here, is that all local fund balance, or does that include any money?
No, I think that's all local.
That's what I thought. So we've got a good balance in there.
Yeah. Okay, water and sewer. Water, it looks like after going through the rates and everything, which is on your last page of your thing, we have a gap of $257,000. So that would be coming out of fund balance for the water portion of it. You do have, remember that the water and sewer are kind of like one big fund, but to get the balancing of your revenue and your expenditures for your water. So I am anticipating of moving the water rate from 43.74 to 45.19. But on the water, on the sewer side of it, I'm looking at leaving the sewer at the exact same rate as it was this year, because there is a gap of a negative 118,000. So those are the two rates that I'm looking at, but I am looking at leaving the sewer, and usually our sewer is our bigger increase of the rates. But this year I thought that I could probably leave that one the way it was and not make any changes to that.
Is the water loss reflected in these numbers?
It is from the perspective that we reduce the expected volume to sell.
Right.
Yeah.
If, and the
Projected
water,
and adjusted, that's the upper
if you
right-hand
look at
corner.
your last page, you have your projected sales up at the top where it says projected and then adjusted. See where that's at? That's where we anticipate what our water loss is gonna be. That thing fluctuates all over the place.
Are we still at the 40% loss?
One month we were at 30, next month we're at 40. So I don't know if it's something to do with the software. I'm still trying to figure this out, but I wish I had more time to sit there and work on just water. I haven't been able to sit there and work on it, and
Would
I
give
know
us about $1.8 million back, wouldn't it?
no, I don't, and I don't.
mean, the
That,
audit,
that number keeps coming up.
but the
which-
Plan Moran audit has 1.442 million through 2021. It's in the audit.
Yeah, and that's also, that's
But
also, that includes the capital component as well as the city component.
Right, it's not,
It's not actual loss, that's
they
revenue,
use-
potential revenue loss.
yeah, because they use everything. They use all the, if you look at your rates are including the SACWA rate, the city rate, the capital improvement rate. Those are all in there. It's not just the SACWA that we would be, it's the, so like our capital improvement, that's not part of the,
Right,
Yeah,
that
but
was
it's still huge,
Yeah, but
Karen.
that's what
It's
they're
still
using.
huge.
22% increase, right?
but
It's
that's
still
what
huge.
they're using at the audit when they do that. They use all the rates. They don't use just the water portion of it. Because we asked them about that and looked into that.
And what is the percent increase now that it's going to be going up again? What's the percent?
For the water,
3.3.
Oh, okay. That's just water and you're
Yep.
keeping
And-
sewer the same. So
and sewer would be the same. And so then on the, looking at the funds, I have the water sales that pulls from the account. The water penalties, the investments, the billing miscellaneous. That's our $1 per billing charge, our meter charges. Those are all the revenues, our replacement reserve revenue, that is the CIP, and then the CIP surcharge flat rate. So those are all the revenues. Then our transfer from our bond would be 1.6 million to give us a water revenue of 2.9 million. And then our expenditures. Our big expenditure is going to be our capital expenditures of our stop boxes, our lead and copper lines, our hydrants, our gas valves, all the things at the bottom. Plus, we'll be doing another water main project, and that one's going to be the other one. And then we have our capital expenditure, our water meters at 860. That is just there as a placeholder. It has not been taken out because it was budgeted for, or it was put into the capital. So it's just a placeholder on the budget.
Can we get, similar to the other two funds, can we, on the next update, can we get the fund balance shown as well, please?
Well, the next one you get will probably be the,
Right. But I mean, you'll get us an update before the meeting, so with the
Yep.
fund balance.
and then on the sewer, that is, oh, I thought that was balanced. How come it's not balanced? It won't balance. I don't know why it's not balanced. I thought it was when I did it. I probably have the wrong chart. We got the sewer disposal in there, the penalties, the industrial surcharges, transfer in from the capital bond. And this one here, we have the retention tank repair of the $550,000. That is something that we're going to be having probably to pay out here shortly. That is for the Evergreen Farmington. Evergreen Farmington.
That's the tank, 550 for the tank.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. And We have 273,000 for system maintenance. We're gonna have to do some maintenance over there that they're gonna be requiring that we do. So,
Where
at the tank. This is all the tank. The sewer mainly is the tank stuff. I did put in a call to Oakland County today because I see our water usage has gone up there quite a bit. They use 300 and some units this month. And so I'm trying to figure out if they're flushing the tank or what they've been doing with it. So
Yeah, I had an email into a conversation, not Jim Nash, who's the other guy.
Gary,
I can't think of his
Gary
name,
Nick-
but yeah,
Nick
because one of the things I was wondering about, as far as the water loss issue is whether or not there's any type of flushing that's going on that, a valve stuck open that we haven't
Probably
known
Gary.
about. Yeah.
and let me talk, because I've
Yeah.
got to call into Doug over there. So I'll talk to Doug about it tomorrow. Hopefully he'll call me back.
do we have money in here to deal with that water loss? I know, but we can't expect you to do that. Like you have too many other things going on.
What do you mean money to deal with it?
You said,
We have a company that
Yeah.
we're working
We
with.
should be
that
getting
we've
a
already-
report soon from the consultant that we hired to do data analysis, and we're talking about potentially having to do some field analysis too, but we're waiting to get a report back from them,
who's we?
the city.
Setting up infrastructure.
Infrastructure committee?
This- Obviously, council will get that same report, but OHM Advisors is who's doing that work for us.
And have you received any bills from them yet? Do we know what they're charging or what,
$3,500.
just a flat fee?
Yeah.
Is that in
Yeah,
here
for this,
somewhere?
for that initial, for their initial
Tunnel access
research
project.
and data and, if we need them to go back, if we need them to do field work, then they will come back with a.
And when did they say they'd be back?
Oh,
Soon.
we have something from them soon.
We're going into the fifth or sixth year, look at us.
Fourth, I think. fourth or fifth.
No, it's 16, 17, isn't it? Literally flushing it down the drain.
Is there anything else? I mean,
I'm
any changes
thinking-
you want me to make or any,
On water or just in general?
all of them?
So I had one other question, where you've got the millage rates, and this is probably a question for Scott, if we haven't well this late. You there, Scott?
Are you talking about the debt one?
Yeah, I'm still here.
I look-
Well, my understanding was, at least I think Scott, back when we were talking during the millage discussions, I thought that the millage rates weren't subject to Headley. And it looks like it's going down from 3.93 to 3.92.
Because I looked at their schedule, the debt schedule, and they had.
Oh, the
it
debt schedule.
They had it decrease on the debt schedule.
Got it.
To what
Never
we were
mind.
gonna be paying, because they're doing it by a certain of the taxable value. So
Not a question for you, Scott. So just for doing a rough calculation, from what we've added and subtracted, we are at 222,000 over budget, or well, over budget, and then, out of the fund balance, which is we started at 800,000.
220,000 after putting 150 back in.
Yeah,
after
so
that?
we
We decreased it
only
to
put
50,000.
back in. So we
from the
had,
OPEB.
so we took 100,000 out for the backhoe, $10,000 out for the community room. See if I can read my notes. Added 50 back in for MERS, added 150 revenue for the house in the woods. Took off $10,000 of expenses in government ops. Took out $10,000 for part-time employees, took out $8,000 for Scott Baker legal. And then there was a $6,000 police. What's that in addition, or, yeah, a workers' comp. And then there was another 5,000 that we added back for the software system.
Yeah.
Yeah, so when you add those all up together, the positives and the negatives, but my math is right. we're down to 222.
Yeah, I was gonna bring my computer so I could change them as I was going, but
Yeah, which is a hell of a lot more livable. Still not ideal, but
Is it possible, since the admin costs have increased so much and that's a big portion, before approving a 5% raise, is it possible to get a list of positions with salary and benefits? You know,
well, all the
finance getting
benefits are
sense-
in the personnel policy that you received. That's all the benefits of the employees that are in the personnel policies. But I can get you the personnel policy again. I can
I'm
get you
not
a
sure what
list of the employees and I can tell you what their positions are.
With the salary?
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
I will do it.
Yes, since December 6th. Thank you very much.
Is there any other questions?
I've got, if there aren't, then I got one other comment about the budget. One of the things that I'd like to see, so every year we've done a budget book. And the budget book is exceptionally helpful for not only council, but also for the residents who want to understand, the fiscal expenditures and revenue and so forth. And last year, for whatever reason, probably due to resource issues, we didn't do a budget book. I know personally, when I'm brainstorming on different projects and so forth, I rely on that budget book, and I didn't have it last year, and it made my work as a council person a lot more difficult to do, and I had to bug Pam, which takes her time away from doing other things. So one of the things that I thought would be a really good idea is when Susan starts, to have her work on, and one of her tasks, work on recreating the budget book. Because one, that would be helpful for residents, it would be helpful for us. And more importantly, if you want to understand the city, follow the money. And it would be a really great way for her to immerse herself into understanding our finances, our revenue, our expenditures, and so forth, to actually dig down and work to recreate that book. So, I strongly hope that we can get a budget book this year. And not be like we were in the situation last year where all we had were the high level tables, which didn't allow us to dig down and look at historical trends and even.
So
even-
those are graphs and charts too, and
Right.
things like that.
Exactly. And the other thing too, I know when I first started at council, I read the budget and there's a wealth of information there just about it on all the programs, the water program, the sewer program. You can learn a ton. You can really jumpstart by being able to read that. So I think it's really important that we have a budget book this year.
So. This is about the budget.
Yes.
Correct.
A resident had asked if the marijuana dispensaries were to be approved, where does that money go? Does it go to the city? Does it go to the DDA because it's in the DDA district? How does that work?
The DDA would get the increment, the tax increment from the redevelopment of all those sites. But otherwise, any application fees, site plan fees, building fees, engineering fees, plumbing, mechanical, electrical, any of those fees,
State revenue.
and the revenue sharing would all go to the city.
Okay, thank you.
So since we're also talking about salary, Sue has been offered a couple of more jobs, so we need to come up with what we want to offer her.
I
And
thought Joyce was going to get back with us to tell us what she,
she did get back with us. That's what
Oh.
I'm bringing it up now. So
Who,
she got back with me
okay,
to tell me about it. And so she was making 101,000. Was it
Almost
101?
102.
Huh?
Almost
Almost 102,000. Our highest employee makes 107.
So it's a
Cheryl made
budget, so
111, right?
She made 113.
113.
That would be as the budget as stands today.
Right.
That person would make 107.
Are we gonna go over that contract and everything at some point?
So, yes, my question would be right now, what would you want to offer? Sue,
Well, it depends on benefits and all the other things that are in there. There's a lot of things in that contract that are extra.
so one
Perks or
thing is that,
whatever.
the reason why I'm bringing it up, because as I stated from the very beginning, is she was offered another job. And so we could discuss that now of what we want to at least offer her, and then we have the city attorney on the line who can help us with putting the contract together.
It's okay that we're doing this, that it's not on the agenda.
Or not, we don't have to do it.
No,
We
I
can
I
lose-
mean,
and
I
we'll
don't
lose
want
too.
to, I
So
don't,
it's up to, I'm asking you all, do you want to do it now? Or, I mean,
Next meeting.
So it's
and
not.
try- and
probably
now-
all the time.
I'll move to add a discussion item B, salary for potential city manager position.
It's not an action item, it's just a discussion. And I think
I
because
understand. We understand.
because it's a discussion about the budget and it's the administrative cost, it is appropriate to have that discussion now. You know, I think what the mayor is indicating, at least getting Sue on engaged and committed on a salary, we can work out the benefits at a later point, because I feel my recollection from the interviews was that, or after the interviews was that there was going to be a 90-day vesting period before a lot of those benefits would kick in regardless. So if we could get some direction on the salary tonight, I think that would be a good starting point.
Can I ask when you got the information?
I got the information on,
Well, I sent out the information that she accepted, or she wasn't,
June 9th.
Okay,
the conditional offer of employment she accepted.
and why, the policy isn't to share that kind of information so that we have some time to think
So I'm
about it? So we're
sharing it
not
right
making
now.
it, Kelly,
I'm
we don't have
sharing
time
it
to
now. I'm
check
sharing
other
it now.
salaries, other
Can we
communities.
do this right now? I mean, I understand that it is, however you feel, whatever, but right now, you can, I'm giving you the breakdown of what happened here. And the fact is that she was making close to 102,000 at her previous job. The highest paid person here makes 100 and almost 105, 107, 105, 107. Our previous city manager made 113.
What did you include in this budget? What amount did you include in the budget?
110,
110?
yes.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna guess that, I mean, she was only at Eaton Rapids for 3 months. She probably took a pay bump when she went to Eaton Rapids, and she was only there for 3 months. So, I mean, I think we need to offer, at least would suggest that we offer her more than what she was getting now, but I don't think it needs to be considerably more. I mean, I'm thinking maybe 105.
But then she would be making less than one of her employees. And this is where we had the issue before with another
Mhm.
city manager.
Well, she's a government employee. She understands.
I mean, we can try it and
Vested
see what
interest
happens.
and,
So, I mean, if that's what you all want to do, we can try it and see what happens. And
well, she did accept our offer, right?
she
She did
accepted the
accept
job
the
conditionally
But
until we
didn't
know
give
the
her a
salary.
salary. We didn't
Yeah, and
give her a
I
salary.
think what we talked about was, when we were talking about severance, is talking about doing something where the full severance package, whatever we decide that would be, would kick in for about 6 months. So I mean, I would suggest doing something where there's a mild severance that builds up after 6 months. I mean, like I said, I don't think she's taking this job to get a severance package, but, we wanted to be, we talked at length at the interview meeting that we wanted to be able to have some sort of assessment ahead of time, or not ahead of time, but not be locked in. I had expressed some concerns and said that we wanted to, I think Scott mentioned that if those concerns were materialized, then we want to be on the hook for a full salary severance or half a salary severance, after only just a few months. So my suggestion would be to do something like $10,000 or something like in terms of severance up until 6 months, in which case it then vests to whatever we decide that full severance would be. That gives us time for, that gives us a, relatively low risk time for evaluation. That's one thing I would think we should include in there.
No other opinions?
Decisions like this on the spur of the moment.
Yeah,
It'll be a negotiation, because it's looking for a consensus on what we want to start out with. It's not going to be, it'll be good back and forth, like any salary negotiation.
So. I mean, I don't think she would take something and she knows she's getting less than her subordinates. So I would say we have to at least go in around the 109, 108, or at least 110.
I mean, some two employees have been here for a very long time. Like, those things should be taken into consideration too. You don't just come in and top the highest person.
Well, usually when you are supervising someone, you normally would be paid more than who you supervise. That's normally how it works. But we can try whatever you all like. It's your pleasure.
Pay step. Well, she would pay step.
It was a huge difference. It's a huge difference. I think it'd be a problem, but if you're talking a couple $1,000, I don't know if that's a big issue, but
And we will sit down and go over the entire contract in the like
because we have to approve it.
process has it, like, no, we don't set the parameters in the beginning.
Well, that's what we're trying to do now.
Okay, so can we go in at 105, see what she says? We're in the negotiation phase, just see what she says.
I'm fine with whatever I'm bringing it to the table for us to discuss. So I mean, if that's what you would like, then we can just let Scott know.
She's probably going to counter anyways, so I'd rather start a little bit lower than
105.
than higher. If we start at 109, and then she counters.
Just go up to the budget online and look at it.
Right, if she does that, yeah. Or watches this meeting.
And her other offers might not include a salaried employee making that much. I mean, she could very well be.
I'm sure
Topping them.
if she's making 102, she's probably not gonna look for a job that's lower than that.
Well, but she didn't have a job, so.
Doesn't matter, you still know your worth, and if people need, there's a need for city managers, city clerks, finance people, and they know this. That's why we went from 17 people down to 3. So there is a need, but if you all want to offer 105, we can just tell Scott to move forward with that.
People can put out some numbers and we can see.
I'm fine with 105.
Nice to do a little, be able to do a little research first, but.
Okay, Scott, will you contact, or we can talk about it, or whatever you want to do, for offering 105 to start the contract, writing up the contract?
Yeah, absolutely. And what I can do is I can send out to council, the last administrator contract, so you can look at it. And if you have feedback that you want me to convey or something different, obviously the last administrator's contract had 3 years of improvements. So it had the severance package did not start out at 1 year. as well as some of the other benefits and the time off. So those are all areas that council can, can revisit that, can reset that. Really kind of, there may be some expectations that Sue has, but at the same time, I think, we have some flexibility in what benefits you wanted to include in that employment agreement.
And what about a car? Do we want to go in there, start out without a car allowance? That's my suggestion.
I agree with that.
I have no idea what we have. I don't know what the other.
I apologize.
So normally
paying
also,
I would
$400
also,
per car.
since starting here in 2011, Jeff Mueller's car allowance was $350, is between $350 and
So
$400.
Jeff had a car,
Jeff
But he
had a
also got
car.
allowance.
Yeah.
But
and then he didn't get one. Matt had
Matt
a
is the
car,
one
and
that-
then he got rid of the car, gave it to the police department, and then he started getting an allowance.
I
Matt.
thought Jeff also had something with his car, or was it, I know Andy had it for sure, but I thought, so anyway,
Matt was the
but
first
Matt,
one. Yeah.
so it was averaging
had a
about
car.
350 to
Four. I think Cheryl was 450, wasn't she?
450 for sure.
but on average, from what they sent out before, is that's something that goes with the city manager. But I'm like, hey, just conversation, sure, take it out.
Yeah, I mean, just take it out and let her ask for it,
Yeah, I agree.
Well, she'll be looking at the MML probably.
probably.
Yeah, but we're a mile and a half square, so. And we have a pretty large deficit, so.
Will you tell her what you all want to do next?
Okay, I'm just gonna say 105 with no car allowance.
I would say add to the progressive severance.
Did you hear that, Scott?
I heard the no car. I couldn't hear what Bruce said about severance.
And I said a progressive, some type of progressive severance.
Here's the mouse of some- well,
Has anyone asked her what things are important to her or not? Not yet?
No, I haven't had any conversation with her because I haven't had any directive from council. Last when we hired her, when we made the conditional offer, I had asked if there was any directive to provide me with feedback. But I haven't, we were waiting to hear what her salary was and I hadn't heard from any council members, so.
Because we hadn't heard what it was.
And I'm assuming she passed her background check.
The background check, I was told it could take up to 4 weeks.
Oh,
They were gonna try to expedite it though, but they said it could take 4 weeks.
Okay, well, Scott, I'm assuming that we're just gonna move forward with the 105 and the conditional offer.
I can take care of that.
Thank you. Next on the agenda is mayor and council comment.
Public comments come first. or no?
As it says on the, on here, I was just going by that. I'm sorry, public, if there's any public comments from anyone that's in the audience or on Zoom, if you would like to speak, please raise your hand. If you are online, look, yes, come on up. Sure. Now, understand when you do the public comments, it's not a back and forth with the council. Okay,
I
this
just
one.
thought I'd get some money savings ideas listening to the meeting here tonight. And, first I could address the water issue. Well, I noticed a truck in the neighborhood taking water from our fire hydrants, and I wondered if someone was paying for that. It was an unmarked truck, but also we have a pool in our yard, And we have to pay sewage on all that water. And we have asked if we could hook up a pool, if we could hook up our pool water to the discharge into the sewers. And they said, no, but you're still charging us. Can we get a well? No. Can we get a secondary meter? No. So I feel like residents with the pool give you more money from water, and there's a water loss, and I feel like people like us are paying for it. And then to save money, like when you mailed the water report, 6 pages, we get postcards all the time referencing websites. It's just a postcard. It would just save money. Let's see. And since I know I'm not getting answers, but to me, it sounds like we already paid for a master plan for the city, and there's an additional cost for $15,000. I don't know what that would be for. And on the sidewalk program, it's a 3-year program, and if a third of it was done last year, why is the budget going forward from $8,337 last year to $300,000 this year? It seems like quite an increase. And I've also noticed that the aprons of people's driveways are being done. Is that the city's expense from repaving the road? And the wage increase is still unclear. Is it an automatic 2% plus 5% or only 5%? And if people had families that left, the fringe benefits would not have to go up. Did everyone that leave, were they all single? You can always do a budget amendment for that, I guess, down the road. And about the cannabis revenue, I think we should take into account, if it even goes through when we vote for it, how much can we expect to pay on the lawsuits from business owners who thought they got the deal on their buildings being chosen? Because I know for a fact in Berkeley, I know one of the people who is suing them, and I kind of know about that.
Thank you for being here.
Well, I just have a couple more.
Oh, this 3 minutes is up. Thank you.
Well,
Can't she
I'm
come
gonna
back?
here, excuse me, you gave Ian Ferguson extra time when he was the only one here, and he was here to bash Karen. I'm here to save money. And plus, he doesn't even send his kids to Southfield Public School, and he was trying to, attack Karen
Okay,
for being a
you can give
representative.
her
So
another 2 minutes. Go ahead.
I'm
Just
like,
finish up.
really?
Go ahead.
I expect the
Start
same
now. Thank
courtesy.
you.
So I know you get mad about the
Thank you,
cannabis.
Who's laughing at her?
Oh, go ahead, please.
Just mad. And when you campaigned, Bruce, you definitely told my neighbor you were for cannabis because you bashed Karen and Barb to them. So you just misspoke when you said you're not necessarily for it. Let's see. Water, sidewalks, master plan, the water report. And I would vote for, we could cut costs on our code enforcer since he makes so many mistakes that he needs to be supervised. And I think it should be given, the job to be given to an officer who needs light duty. And I know it's really funny to you guys, but it's a serious business. You should take into account that you will have pregnant police officers.
Oh, no, that's not. We've already, never mind.
Well, I'm tired of being, and I'd also lastly like to vote for Zoom meetings because I think it's important, even though you have, very few people on, the people that are listening, one person can make a difference. So, thank you anyway.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that's in the audience that would like to speak that may be on Zoom? If so, just raise your hand. Is there anyone else that's on Zoom that would like to speak? Okay, hearing none. So going to mayor and council comments. One just received something from DTE that they are preparing for the storm that's supposed to be coming tonight. And looks like they are shifting all their field resources to support wire down the customer outages. They are ready and prepared to respond quickly. They, what else do I want to say? They're talking about the prioritization of lines down, which schools will be first. And they have secured additional linemen and damage assessors to stay ahead of the storm tonight. And this Saturday, which I might be taking
Go ahead.
Jalen's thunder. We do have the Juneteenth celebration starting at 12 o'clock. 12 to 4 in the at the pavilion, and that should be a lot of fun. And what else did we do this past week? Nothing, right?
We had the quarter cleanup.
That was last week.
That was last week.
Oh, it seems like we're here all the time, so I don't know if we've said that already or not. Oh, and the other thing that I do want to bring up is I think that we need to have on our next agenda about Tda and being considered for the city, but we still have not had one application. Okay, so that is something that we definitely need to, I would think that we need to talk about as soon as possible, if you're still willing to do it. So you were gonna say something about something I missed, the corridor cleanup? Oh, no, Bruce said that last time. I knew that. Okay, yeah.
I was gonna say, make sure you bring your hustle shoes because we're gonna have fun on Saturday for the Juneteenth. That's all.
For sure. I'm so glad everybody on camera can see what you're doing, because I would be ashamed if you couldn't. So anyway, that's all that I had. That's all that I have. Does anyone else have anything?
Yeah. Segue into Juneteenth, I've gotten several communications from residents wondering why in the ad, the special guest is Mayor Kelly Garrett at a city event. Like,
I didn't know anything about it. Go
Thinking of that.
figure. They would throw my name on everything.
The mayor is on the DDA board. You know,
I didn't know it. Thanks for sharing.
so I mean, she is the leader of the city.
And so she isn't a special guest. She is the mayor.
You probably should
It's
talk
just-
to the Juneteenth committee.
Oh, they did the ad.
I didn't do the ad. I don't know what ad you're even talking about. If you want to share it, let me see the ad, because I don't even know what ad that is.
But last year you were, the speaker, so I guess it doesn't really matter. She was gonna have to talk anyway.
Hey, I could be falling under a vendor or performer, since it says special guest vendors and performers, so I could be. Maybe I'm hustling. I don't know.
You know.
We have resident resources being used to promote select individuals.
These are not resident
businesses, and
resources. I'm
organizations.
sorry.
Excuse me?
Councilwoman Miller, those are not resident resources. Those are the DDA's resources. The residents
Because they put the
do
mayor's
not
name.
pay in, with the DDA does not capture any funds from Lathrup Village residents unless they are residents in the DDA district.
Well, we have
So the
several on
only,
11
the
Mile.
only residents that live in the district are along the service drive in the condos. Those are the only residents
Okay,
that
and
we
if,
capture. So please, I don't want there to be confusion by the residents that we are, we being the DDA is capturing their tax dollars. We are not. We capture the increment of tax dollars from commercial properties that are along Southfield Road and along 11 Mile and 12 Mile Road. That is it.
so if the DDA wasn't in existence, would the city receive any of the funds?
You would receive a small portion of the funds, but the DDA captures funds from Oakland County, from Oakland County Parks and Rec, from the Huron Clinton Metropolitan Authority, a small percentage of the trash refuge. That's it.
And if the DDA went away, most of that fund
And
balance would go
Oakland,
back to
yeah,
those sources.
and then all of those, yeah, get rid of the DDA, and all of those funds will go right back to the authorities from which they were collected. So yes, the city would get a small portion, but then that also includes the fund balance that that the DDA has been saving for the Southfield Road corridor redevelopment. All of that fund balance, again, goes back to those taxing authorities. So, and
Well,
yeah,
it's just join Lathrop Village in celebrating, and then the logo has Lathrop Village very large. You can't even hardly read downtown development.
I'm sorry you
Authority.
don't like our logo.
So it looks like a city sponsored event.
It is
So
a late.
again, I'm sharing information and questions from residents. So
And I'm just making sure because, oh, there goes here's the storm. I just want to make it very clear for residents. I don't want them to be confused to think that the DDA is taking their tax dollars. We understand that those are precious dollars for the city and not, and that's why we have funds that we have gotten from the tax increment financing that was established back in 1998.
right, I
So, and
understand all
I'm
of that.
sorry you don't like our logo. It is meant to reflect the city's history as a garden city and highlight the fact that we are Lathrop Village first, Downtown Development Authority second. So,
So with for Lathrop Village first, there isn't a
no,
clear distinct separation.
Councilwoman Miller, please don't twist my words.
I'm
Your
not twisting
Lathrop
your
Village
words.
DDA, Downtown Development
Well,
Authority.
okay, but
So-
again, I didn't
Okay,
say it didn't-
what we're gonna do is just move through this one because, I apologize. They put my name on as mayor. I had no idea about it. Do you have anything else for us?
Yeah, I would actually like a breakdown of the trip to the tea room and revenue and expenses, if that's available.
I do not have it in my files with me tonight.
No, I don't mean right now. I'm just asking for it.
You can get to her by the end of the week if you could. Thank you. Anything else? Anything else? Karen?
No?
Okay.
All right, I've got a few things. Well, Ms. Kuntz left, so I was going to answer some of her questions. I'll still answer some of them. She asked about if the city pays for the driveway aprons. Yes, the city does pay for the driveway.
You can repeat
aprons.
it now because we're back.
Okay. All right, so responding to Ms. Kuntz's questions, even though she left, the city does pay for the first 3 feet of the driveway aprons associated with road paving, because when the road is paved, the new road height does not match the existing driveway apron, so it needs to be cut out and re-poured, or relaid if it's asphalt. So that is a cost that is part of the any of our road programs. In terms of why the billing for the sidewalks jumped way up, that's because even though we're in year 2 right now, year 1 billings did not go out last year because there was a lot of work that didn't get finished because of the excessive rains in November, and there was a punch list that needed to be done. So those billings went out this year. So all of year 1 and year 2 billings went out this year. So that's why it jumped up. As far as cannabis, you didn't hear what I said. I said that I wanted it to go on the ballot. I never said I didn't want cannabis. I've always been on the record of supporting cannabis in Lathrop Village. And then, yes, I did laugh when she said that, when she insinuated that Ian Ferguson doesn't get to make an opinion because he didn't send his kids to Southfield schools. That's a ridiculous argument, and I found it funny. As far as other issues, I wanted to ask Chief McKee, I know we've talked about this a few times, but and I don't remember where we stand on it, but we had another resident who was T-boned, a younger resident was T-boned on Lathrop Boulevard coming out onto the service drive. So I don't know if we, where we stand about looking into, we talked about a mesh pattern on the road and some additional signage. Could have been serious, it wasn't, but
I thought we were having the Oakland County Road Commission come to.
They
our
are
meetings.
coming, and that was,
Okay.
I just responded to their email. They're coming to June 27th meeting.
Study session at the meeting.
Okay,
Continue walking it out. I think I said the study session.
Mayor, if there's any communication beforehand, I'd love to be able to have some dialogue. I actually will not be present at the June 27th meeting, so if there's any way we can,
I'll send you the
Yeah.
email so you can ask them the questions to that.
question for Scott Baker, it looks like he's still on. Where are we with the ethics ordinance? Will we be getting a draft of that anytime soon? I just wanted to check on the status of that, please.
Yeah, I think we should have that for you for the study session on the 27th. 29th, this month,
Okay.
27th. Well, there'll be a study session before the meeting.
Oh,
Next thing, I brought this up several times since being on council, and I want to bring it up again after our interviews. We need a phone, a conference phone in this room. We've had multiple occasions where we could have brought somebody in on a phone. We got the phone down in the fitness center. You know, I mean, just the cost of installing it in here would have been paid for by the hour that we lost with Mr. Dda Budget. I mean, you know, we had to pay the cameraman for an hour, we had to pay Jim for an hour while we sat here. If we had that phone, you know, that expense would have been paid for. So I really think we need to look at bringing that phone from the fitness center up into this room.
I would just add another line up here.
Yeah.
Again, you need a line of communication. If anybody was injured or trapped or whatever, you're gonna need a line to be able to dial out. It's just a safety factor.
Right.
So I would agree, the same thing needs to happen up here. You just need a phone up here.
Right, and that would solve a lot of problems that we've had over the years. Just wanted to mention, I know this question has come up. In fact, Kelly asked it here earlier today. Some people may have noticed that Santa Barbara, which is a road project which was done last year and was completed. There are some sidewalks and there are some driveway approaches that are being redone. That was because basically warranty work because that concrete was scaling. And so the contractor decided to replace those driveway approaches at no cost. So I know that's a little bit of a pain for the residents, but better right than and have it be okay long term. Question for DDA, the flower pots.
Yes.
And I had this issue last year as well. Most of the flower pots, at least on the west side, are on the right side of the road as you're coming out, so they don't pose any safety risk. There's a couple of them that are on the left side, and on Sunnybrook, where the post is right up on the road, it prevents you from, you know, you've got to cross up. If you're making a left turn there, you've got to cross over 1, 2, 3, 4 lanes,
At least, yeah.
5 lanes maybe.
Yeah,
And that blocks your sight of the car. So what could easily be done is just rotate it 180 degrees and have the flower pot go the other way. It'll be even more of a problem. Last year we were lucky in that, at least from the safety perspective, that the flowers didn't grow very well. But if they grow well this year, it's going to make it. I had it in quotes. I had it in air quotes. If the flowers grow this year, that'll make the problems even worse.
It will grow, so I will.
Yes. And then the other thing is, I noticed I've actually had some resident complaints, and then I experienced this myself today. And I also noticed while I was biking through the neighborhood in a few houses later this afternoon, the branches, the long branches that are left in the front haven't been picked up. So I just wanted to make sure that that's getting done.
I mean, the chipping,
Yeah,
the chipper.
you know, when people leave the 2 to 4 inch ones that are up to 12 feet long with a cut side out as a public service announcement. Yeah, I think that was everything.
I was digging in. Is there anyone else that has any council comments?
No comment.
Did you say you wanted something?
I was just gonna say that the trucks that are using our fire hydrants, those are
Pipe tech.
Pipe Tech, and they're
Yeah.
doing our sewer cleaning and that. So they are the ones that are using it, and people are probably experiencing dirty water when they are filling up their trucks with that. But that is a city a city thing that we're doing, so. to get the sewers done. So,
Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
Anything else? Hearing none, I would welcome in a motion to adjourn, even though we don't have to have one, do we? Oh, well, adjourn.